couple matches here and
Holy
there.
shit, I haven't
But
even
with the
really
Lotus
talked
that you
very
can
much
see
today,
once
dude.
again Zachary on this Neon, you really do have to start to question how you can capitalize and get the most value out of these Neon bans.
Yeah, definitely. If they want to try to get the Neon out for the second time of Lotus, but I think what's going to be most interesting as well is just trying to bring it back. Just as Wide mentioned before on that first map, despite the scoreline that we see here at a 13-5, a lot of these situations are still very, very close, where it's a 2v2 at some point, it's a 1v1, lots of these moments through chaos as well. So I'd like to say training protocols are still pretty decent. That was coming out here from Dobros. If they're able to continue on that, but now on their map pick, maybe have that extra layer to continue from like that player advantage to make it a two-player advantage, then you'll definitely see a more drilled Dobros going up against Fluffy Aimers here on Lotus.
Yeah, you could see on the scoreboard there, Jonah was pretty dominant in that game.
Oh, yeah.
For most of Dobro's attack side, they were not even going to his site. And then the few times they did, he was just getting 3K, 4K. He was so sick. And now that we're heading on to Lotus, despite losing this map to M80, he went crazy on the deadlock as well. I think he dropped 20 in that game. And I'm hoping they played the same comp because it was very cool. And I think that they lost that game in no way due to the comp. It was their overconfidence, starting to throw rounds away, and it's a strong map for M80 too. So I hope they run the same thing. It was a very cool look with an Astra and a deadlock.
And something that we got to talk about as well is that for the side of Dobros, this map looks as dominant as Santa looked for Fluffy Aimers, where the last time that they played it, they won 13-2 against Core, and they won a 13-4 against Moy Shop.
Sorry, y'all.
We're not really expecting much for them to at least.
I've been trying to get a little bit more sun this week because
I
don't know, I just don't really get
Ever
much.
since they played it, that was what, week number
Get
2.
that
Ever since we had
happy
the
stuff
Happy
popping off in
Neon,
me.
we know that Zachary likes to play the Neon, so that's why I'm feeling that
I've been
they're
trying to
gonna be playing with
bike.
the Neon
Dude,
competition.
biking
And when
is
it's
fun.
much
I'm liking
younger,
it.
we can continue
I'm
to
liking
make
it a
bans
lot.
because they need to win
It's
this
very
map. They need to
challenging.
get some wins on the board.
I do agree. I also think at the same time, though, the approach that they have.
Dude, I kind of thought so too on that first map, Mitchell, but it looked kind of blowout-y, low-key. I was watching, so here's that first map. I just thought, like, I thought the game would be, let's see what we got for agents here. Okay, we got the clove lock. Double deadlocks, bro. This is the better one. I like this one because you guys know I like the Cypher deadlock. I just imagine them holding hands. Just look, he's sticking his hand out to look. It's actually, oh, that's so cute. He's like proposing. It's the ring, and look, boom, boom, just like that. They were meant for each other. Title outdated. Fucking hell,
in pretty dominant fashion. I'm a huge fan of
thank you for that, though.
Deadlock Cypher. I think it's a really, really strong duo. That was what Turtle Troop started bringing into the challengers meta. Back in stage 1, they were playing tons of Deadlock. Found massive success with it on, what was that, Ascent. And Deadlock on Lotus was something we were seeing previously from other teams too. Loud were running that back in stage 1 with Sodhawk. So this is certainly a map where Deadlock has been somewhat familiar, and I'm excited to see what Fluffy Aimers.
Gucci, every time I see your name now, by the way, I say this line. I don't know if you know what it's from. That's a fucking banger. I think it every time I see your name now. That fucking line's a banger.
Especially in the hands of Neptune or Pancakes. Scott usually in very good hands here for Fluffy Aimers on that end, and they'll start things off on the defensive side. This is the second map now. Map picked by.
What's up, Captain Kuro? Bosnia. Oh, fuck. That's actually somewhere I've always wanted to go. You know that? I swear. I talked with like who is it? Nico? Is Nico from Bosnia? And then what? Yanko is from Serbia, right? Is that right? I've always wanted to go to like that area of the world. I don't know. All the talent that have gone there love it. So like,
typically in
I want to go too.
Meta, when everyone was playing, you know,
Yeah.
Fade, Raze, Omen, Viper, all of that. This map
I think
was
DDK
super
went on like some
attack-sided,
nutty
but
vacation
that's
over
kinda
in
gone
like
out the window at this
that
point
area.
with
I
how
was like,
much
holy
things
fuck,
have been swapped up.
why is this like
And
a
you
hidden
have to imagine,
gem?
starting with the Deadlock
This
Cypher
looks
on defense,
fucking
that
crazy.
Fluffy
Like I
Aimers
didn't.
can put a good
It's
number
not
of
even like
rounds
an area
on
of the world you're
board.
like taught about very much in like
As
U.S. culture, which
attackers,
is
when you're
fucking
hitting
weird.
into a site that has both Sentinels' utility, you know, it allows the other defenders to play in other areas on the map. You can see here there's a trip, there's a sonic sensor on C. Well, B is cut off by the barrier mesh, and look at this, there's 4 players from Fluffy Aimers here.
Just a good read overall on the util that's coming
Well,
through.
that C's was.
And a Sonic
Oh my
Sensor
god!
still up, so it's not a
The
good
counter
shot now for
C's!
Dobro.
Holy
Trying to
fuck,
use
that
the
C's
both
got
C's
owned!
blood
Or that hit got owned!
Fluffy
Ooh,
Aimers
that C's got owned.
holding their ground.
What the?
Just too much utility across, and Fluffy Aimers continue.
Bro, Fluffy Aimers just bouncing around. Just little stuffies bouncing around. Holy shit. That like hold and flood was so good.
Happening towards A either. So not only did they stack up 4 players, but lovely little util setup where when that sonic sensor got tripped, that GravNet right there was immediately thrown down by Paint.
Why do I think so many
what
people are
can you
calling
do?
for
You're hit
Vicking
by a sonic
crashes to
sensor,
be dropped?
You're stunned. You're in a GravNet. And then
I think it's just esports is a very like what have you done for me lately kind of place, you know? And while they did a lot of shit a while back, they haven't done anything lately. And yeah, people are that dumb. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, they haven't been in like their amazing form that they once were, which is why they're not like qualifying to as much shit, right? I mean, that's undeniable. They used to qualify to everything and place top 3. Now they're struggling a bit. So it's a fair statement to say that. That's okay. Stuck crouched.
Put that check mark through to get the economy.
I don't think it's fair to say they should be cut. Like, I don't think that's fair. So like, I'm trying to walk the line of like being like, okay, I get why people are upset. They see a team that was always placing top 3 and now they're not qualifying. So it's like, that's just how it is, you know? That's just how it is. I'm not one of those people that will tell you you can't criticize players and shit like that. And I was a player. Recency bias. There we go. So like, I have a very player-pilled mind. Like I helped found the Counter-Strike Player Association way back in the day. But I think this is still at the end of the day a competitive sport. And if you want to criticize someone and call for their job, I think that's fair game. Because that's what this is. This is a fucking sport. Like at the end of the day. So like, yeah, if someone's not performing, now I think there's constructive ways to do it. And I think that if you exit out of that constructive zone, you should receive some kind of like, you know, punishment on whatever platform you're on, whatever that might be. Like, I don't fucking know whether that's Twitch or Twitter or whatever the fuck. I don't know. But I think it's fair game to say that fans can say that, you know, players shouldn't be on these VCT teams. There's not many slots. So like, for example, I always bring up, there's like 6 North American teams. So there's 30 professional North American players. There's 6 professional North American coaches. Like, yeah, you can be critical of those people because they are in a very special privileged position. And like, you want to see someone in that spot, make the most of that. And there's a lot of people that would try to make, so like, I get it. I do get it. Right. Especially because like it's playing games. You're making a lot of, ooh, oh my God. Holy fuck. Get the ace! Get the no!
No time left and no lives
Dude.
left for Dobros as Fame once again convert the bonus round.
Man, no one in the series can get it.
I just want to say, Jonah, I am so sorry for yapping through that because that was fucking beautiful.
From Mame, the swing from Jonah. I mean, they fall right.
He fucking snapped me right out of it. He snapped me out of the yap. It was like waking up from a sleepwalk. That was crazy. It was like I popped out of it. What the fuck? The voices, exactly.
Snacked on in the baby door.
Snacked on?
Fluffy Aimers win first pistol, convert their bonus, just like on Sunset. Opportunity to now get 4 on the board if they get a clean anti-eco here.
Ainge slipped through, though. Might get an opportunity to surprise Pancakes, and will do so. That's one player down, and Orb picked up for Zachary, and a Seaside open after the Prowler notices nobody close to the waterfall. So it's time to play revolving door, run these fakes, force the hand out of Fame, who are now dogging outside of front B.
Pretty dangerous play there from Pancakes, just jiggling that close on an anti-eco as well. Definitely a situation where he might have just gotten, you know, ran down.
I hate when teams constantly hit the fucking door.
So not opting for maybe the typical passive play. It's going to be a nade, paranoia, and bones.
Good for you.
Capitalizing.
That's what you
get.
get.
The ace this time.
Hit that door.
No one can get an ace, man. Oh my god. Oh, he got it. He got it. Oh my god.
I love these two on the cast.
The first ace.
This is great.
Holy crap. I mean, it's Bones again. In the first map, he got a 4K, lost the last duel. But it's alright, he didn't even take the duel. He just threw out a second nade. That's how you get it.
And gets 3.
Oh, and ranked? Not as a... Bro, if you can get Deadlock not as a primary sentinel in ranked, it's fucking over for the enemy team. If you have any kind of lineups on that C's and that net, or the barrier, it's fucking over. There's no way. There's no way a ranked team is going to be a good Deadlock that has those things and just like an average Cypher that just like puts trips down and has a cam. There's no way. Like, oh, that's a good play. You got, yes, you got it. Because if you hover Deadlock, they'll never pick Cypher. But if you hover like fucking Neon, they'll pick Cypher. They'll fucking pick Cypher. That's 200 IQ. And honestly, I might steal that strat. Like, that is brilliant. That's you're cooking. You are cooking. That's so smart, actually. Well, I don't even know why I haven't thought of this. It seems so obvious now that you said it.
And
wow.
Out of the timeout, it's actually
that's a money strat.
Fully switch.
This level of manipulation should be rewarded.
B.
I need to gift you a sub.
They've picked up the AWP, thrown it to Riku, and they want to go for a full rubble control play. Satchel across, doesn't get caught by the defensive AWP. Pancakes picking that up out of the timeout too. Both teams switching things up, trying to get a little surprise into the mix.
I'm not gonna lie, I can't find it. I don't remember who
the
said it.
Showstopper now getting ready to hold back towards the B side or their staircase, depending where Dobros wants to initiate the hit. And now with the barrier mesh coming up here towards this revolving door, reopening, it's time to once again force the hand out of Fluffy Aimers to get information. So Pancakes is going to try to swing out after the flash, looks towards the left side of the door. There's still a player anchored up inside here, makes that even too low. He almost got the connection there. The leg shot for the second one onto precision, and that initiates the rest.
That's literally my rank strat. Ooh, Jonah is on fire, man.
No result because Jonah already picks up all the kills. There's only 2 left alive now for Dobros, being Riku and Precision. And
another pink shell
all
kill.
That information from the hat being thrown on the defensive side, and nade after nade, it is just mortar attacks coming out here from Bones. And Riku has no choice but to slow down the pacing and hoping to win these individual fights.
30 seconds left.
Now they're walking up here. Very slow.
Could use that smoke.
First contact there at the wall bang. Unfortunately,
it looked like he wanted to jump, but his mouse wheel like didn't work.
And this will be the
that looks so odd.
Just pull back if you can.
Uh oh, no up bullet shot. Run!
Seconds.
Run!
Just around the corner.
Run, Riku, run!
Getting chased down. No. Not on the run, still tries to swing and gives it up.
Dude.
That's a high risk, low reward maneuver right there, and gets punished hard for it by on the hunt. Fluffy Aimers, no risk in hunting. I mean, that was almost the collat, 9 HP on precision. And again, Fluffy Aimers, look at that fast flood in. Jonah is so good.
Is that the triple F? The fast flooding Fluffy Aimers?
What an addition to this Fluffy Aimers squad he's been. Just a rock on defense that Dobros have
dropped the triple F on us.
Around on either map. So good.
I have no
Like,
faith in
so
Dobros,
far,
by the
the
way,
trades
chat.
have been going through for
Like
Fluffy Gamers
none.
in that roster, and also for YFP. Remember, those are two players going on
I
that side.
I actually
They both got
remember
great
now.
upgrades
Last
for both
week, remember
YFP
the dough
and
was
Fame, and
raw.
the YFP's game's coming
Remember?
up next, so I love
That
hearing
shit's
that you're
still
finding
raw.
great value out of these so far for Fluffy Gamers. We're looking to close a 6th round from Bones, aforementioned easy 2 picks at the very beginning.
God.
And you have
They're getting
that
cooked.
confidence. Riku falls 180 onto precision. And
Oh my God.
Did have Ange ulting inside the C site, but they
Oh my, Neptune out here looking like Divide. Holy
just
fuck.
stays put and gets an easy kill.
Against this comp, Dobros really cannot be going for
That was
these,
nice.
you know, 5-man go towards one area of the map type plays. They have to explore. They were running into a stack here. Again, they did not know that. Look at the other side of the map, if you could, really quick there. The deadlock. Pancakes was all the way pushed up A. The entire setup, all the Sentinel util on B. They're doing the same thing right now, and it allowed them to just fully stack towards C. Dobros really need to prod around. They need
What's
to
our
get
next
more
series,
map
chat?
control,
I keep
get some
fucking forgetting this shit.
information on this
M80 versus
Sentinel
ooh,
utility.
M80 versus
Because they're either
YFP.
going to be running into, if they just play like that, they're either running into a stack or they're running into 4 tripwires. You know, they really have to be able to get the info on these defensive setups.
Yeah.
Because they're so strong with this double sentinel comp.
You're hoping it's going to be the conversation now when Dobros will call out a timeout. You just saw earlier here, Drone picked up an ult for even if you already had the ult, because they want to make sure they can deny it on the other end. Showstopper to try to get an entry, does not get a full kill. At least Ange has slipped through the smoke to get the 1-for-1. Bones evens up the tally, but they have better in economy. Nice following behind the Haunt and the Prowler
It's so
rather.
bad, chat.
To get these kills,
I still think it's over, but that.
Player
Okay.
Oh my gosh. GC
This
Sheriff
is so
back.
ridiculous, bro.
And now Mama
Is
is gonna
between
TP across
fucking
walls. This is
no
amazing.
way. It is
This
2
amazing Valorant
TVs.
right now. How do you counter the deadlock meta? Just bring an Omen in your comp.
Wow.
But a 1 versus
It's
2.
officially
weapons available.
2024.
Riku.
Holy shit, that was
Will be
100
first to
HP kill,
res,
chat.
ready to get pointed up. Sees the last one. Offshot misses. 8 bullets left onto Mame. Tap onto that spike, just holding on.
Oh, fuck.
Zachary lands the
Oh,
shot.
dude,
His
Zach is
birthday
so
comes
good.
in favor of Dobros.
What a shot from Zach at the end. And what shots from the entire team throughout the round. I mean, just straight up sheriffs taking duels, they win them. That's one way to get your first round on the board, and just taking a massive risk.
All this is doing is setting up for the Classico, chat. Just the absolute El Clasico scoreline.
Straight up duels. Oh my god, Mummy's Mummy's pissed, but in the silly way.
Yeah.
Not in the legitimate mental boom way. Because they know they're still running away with this. They're gonna throw Riku that off. This is something they did
Get
earlier
your
on a
flags ready.
Zachary already made it across with the satchel, so
It's a
trying to
very
add a little bit more
specific
pressure, a
one
little
with
bit more speed
blue,
into Dobros on the
green,
A
and
side this time
yellow,
around, just to go back into the
and black.
protocols of keep your
What else
enemies
is on
at
that
bay
flag?
towards the A site. Now finally leveraging the doors here to make sure that they could waste out the utility out from Fluffy
Oh, there is
Gamers,
no
but
black. What the fuck?
This is a round where
White.
you still have
There's-
the
I thought there'd be
economy
borders on
advantage in
stuff.
terms of
There's
ults
no
here,
border.
Wyatt, where they could do a lot of damage and just easily cancel out
Yeah, I
what
do read
Precision
YouTube
has
chat.
on the execution with the Nightfall.
Sometimes it'll get
Fans
hard
got
to see,
spotted,
like,
but I like
if
this so far. They
like,
insert him over
if people in
onto
Twitch
A,
like drown
where they
you
put the
out.
smoke up. And actually
Just
gonna
let you
get
know.
pinged, and the showstopper comes out. Wow, shut down.
Okay,
and now
wall
the rest of the
line
team,
up.
if they accelerate into C, it's 4 trips that await
Stop.
them.
Not bad.
Behind on the top of having through the smoke, they have the trip kills available, but unfortunately it's the boom
They're getting
bot
stalled
that
out
clears
pretty
the
hard.
Trip, so no
Like, these
opportunity
smokes
to
are going
go
away.
for a trap kill from Jonah. Now initiating into the retail.
Face your-
Damage
I
from the
just
wall
died.
bang as well
30
from
seconds left.
Pancakes, if not.
Oh
pretty much
no!
was dead to rights.
Oh
Now
no!
pulled into the site. Neptune gets the headshot onto Drone.
They didn't
As far
save
as
him?
Pancakes falls, nobody
They didn't
sees
save
out
him?
like a butterfly, but
Fucking
Riku
actually.
just
We
got
don't need
picked
to
out by
save him.
Neptune. An opportunity once again for Fluffy
We're
Gamers
heading to 7-1.
to hold down the C
10
site,
seconds
prevent the plant from coming down, and the flood in from Fluffy Gamers continues to be too much.
Yo, what's up,
Is
bro?
now just in the spirit of summer European football.
Thanks for
we have
responding
the
back.
7-1 scoreline.
Whoa!
They just, again,
clicked
are
my own YouTube.
routed into the Sentinel setup. There was no one.
What are my thoughts on the
immediately to
Deadlock
just,
Lotus?
you know,
I love it. I love it. I keep saying, like, I think the best way to do it is the Cypher Deadlock. I don't think it's optimal to do solo deadlock, even though there's tons of things you can do with her. I don't know. I think it's fine to run double senti with her because she can be very aggressive. Kind of like what you just saw with that Seize. He had a Seize lineup for this giant area. So technically, like, you could launch that Seize, double satchel up, you know, like throw the haunt on here and really get a kill. Like, that's what her kit is very good at. Her kit is great at getting kills on people that are being too aggressive. And that's very possible off barrier and on retakes.
A second shot onto Riku.
Dude, there's no hope, by the way.
Bones Appetit continuing to light up the kill feed.
That's good, Ruby.
I can't. I actually.
Oh no, trust me. The cool people aren't here. You're in the. I think.
Yeah,
one more. You got one more, and Dryads casting with me.
They're slipping away with this game.
What's up, Alex?
One more, and Dryads casting with me. You're on thin ice.
Yo, Alex, you gotta help me with the sub badges.
No combination, at least this time around, for Fluffy Amers.
I need someone to like kick my ass and get me moving on that.
But Fluffy Amers, they're just trying to make the noise, baiting out this hit on.
I saw you show interest.
Late 4-player push that's gonna get spotted by the dog.
First time Fluffy Amers are going for an aggro play out of B. Showstopper forces them back, but it was actually over towards A where Jonah gets caught.
They can't even do anything with that though. Look at this. Oh no. Oh no.
And Bones is still there for the reinforcements. Yeah, even
Bro,
if the Showstopper
they're
got
so
the
out of
towards the
position.
side, Bones avenged his teammate. And it seems as though Dobros were so committed into this 4-1 split towards this B-side, not giving an opportunity for Zachary to sell any fakes. As now we have a stalemate, but a player advantage once again still for Fluffy Amers.
Yeah, Dobros have really just been so committed to their initial game plan into these rounds. You haven't really seen a lot of, prodding, poking into sites into mid-round adaptation from them, and it's been their undoing.
I just need new.
Again, they run it.
I want new sub badges. I want new emotes, but I don't want the same shit everyone else has. Like, I initially reached out to some people, but like, I just feel like everyone has the same shit, and I just kind of want unique shit.
Ian gets that first with the op.
I don't know. So I'm like very slow to pull the trigger on this stuff.
To get that pick.
Truthfully.
At least he'll get the plant down for Dobros, but they need the rounds to try to stay in this game.
Decision paralysis.
Commitment coming out from Fluffy Amers from all angles, all corners, no chance. Even looks like it was a kill coming through the smoke on to Riku. And another defuse comes across for Fluffy Amers. And you mentioned when they had a good sunset for that first map for Fluffy Amers, they're looking well. I was going to say it again, but they're looking much better on Lotus. In terms of the new comp that they brought out here, a little bit of aspiration out of that Sentinels composition that you mentioned before we got into this map.
Sound sensor out.
Yeah, just taking it right from Sen, who showed success with it in VCT.
Bro, did you guys see the fucking...
Bones is on fire.
Doesn't even matter who I guess
well,
the
so
future president
into this round
talking about the other guy, and they were talking about golf.
Great job here for the free cam of the observers.
That was depressing. Why you guys make me watch that? I'm so glad in coaching now. Holy fuck. That was sad.
Getting first and second blood. Something that I was trying to mention earlier on before we started this map. This should be a round converted for Dobros.
When they were talking about their handicaps and stuff, I was like, bro, what are we doing?
There was a good thrown over by drone away with this deadlock to fight for rubble.
Man,
and caught Bones, who stuck.
That was so sad.
Down. Jonah pushing it.
Like one dude like answered no questions, and the other dude like struggled to answer questions. It's like, bro, god damn it. Give me someone.
Slowing things down. They don't need
Give
to
me
rush.
someone.
Huge man advantage. Don't run into the stack.
This is crazy, bro. People in their 80s. People in their
right now,
80s, like,
come on. The camera up on the seaside, and
we can't be having this anymore.
So they're like, okay, well maybe they're just thinking to
80s is fucking crazy.
A-side should be open, right? So they try to go in, the mesh wall comes out, and there's a swing out from Fluffy Amers on this A side. No contact for pancakes until the
Oh,
straight transfer
fuck.
comes
Nice
in
kills.
for the 2 kills. At least a reset was nice on that second kill on drone. And now with the spike down with 16 seconds left, you have to come in out towards this A site. Pancakes continues to dance around that map and run that clock down to give a chance now for Jonah to meet up. He falls, but Jonah is now in a perfect position. Slip through as they get the plant down. He should get the backstab now on to Zachary, but Zachary finally was ready. Looking at the drop, gets the
I mean,
pick,
you guys know,
and
like,
finally
I
is-
never get fucking, like, political, and I'm not gonna right now. Hold up. But what I will say is just, like, because I never take sides on this kind of stuff. Man, it was like, both of them were like fucking children out there when I was watching them. They were like, you know, like, you were the worst president ever. And then be like, no, you were the worst president ever. And be like, the economy was worse than ever when you were president. Be like, no, the economy was worse when you were president. You know, like, what is happening? Like, is this actually fucking real? You guys aren't gonna fucking talk about fixing the problems. You're just gonna fucking talk about shit that's already happened. Like, bro, I don't give a fuck about what's already happened. Oh my god. That shit was sad. Low-key, it was sad.
Back and forward. As it's back on a 2v2
Great
and Neptune just
positioning.
slipped through behind the boxes.
Great
Might not
positioning.
get checked,
Oh my
and there's that
god.
1 and 2. 10 to
Neptune's
2
been on fire for
in
like 4
favor
weeks
of the
now.
Fluffy Aimers on this second map of Lotus.
Again, that was just elite gameplay from Fluffy Aimers. And Dobro simply could not find the answer at any point. You know, the 2 rounds that they were able to get, one
It was
an
embarrassing,
insane,
yeah.
just
That's exactly how I
sheriff
feel
eco
about it.
round
It's
where they
like,
hit
man, I don't want to hear about like which one or like not this or not that or, bro, that was embarrassing. I don't give a fuck like who you're voting for, dude. And it sucks. It's like, yeah, you're gonna tell me like, oh, well, I'm voting libertarian. I'll be like, well, that sucks too, because now we're just throwing away votes for the sake of maybe changing these other main 2 later on. I don't know. Maybe that's worth it. Maybe it's worth it to throw away my votes. That way, like, that third party, I don't know, they like cater to the thoughts of the third party.
It definitely does give a lot of faith here to Fluffy Aimers should they make it to the playoffs.
I fucking
To see
think
how
the
they
golf
turn things
shit
around and into comp
is
changes and being
insane.
an
It's actually
unsigned
insane.
team still coming out with great strategy. Now
The
they're
fact
just
that,
generating
like,
information.
The fact that, like, I didn't even know this until, like, today. I think it was, like, only on CNN and, like, the main news outlets and shit. And they, like, didn't let, like, all the internet personalities and stuff, like, co-stream it. They let all of, like, the networks do it, but not people that would actually, like, tear up the... like, not people that would give actually fucking true analysis. That's hilarious.
This might do a lot of get good value against his opponents, especially when the door gets open with the camera coming up though from Jonah.
Like, I don't think did
now know Andy's on the
Hassan
flank.
did like Hassan and shit like co-stream it? Just wondering. I don't even know.
Pain shells
Okay,
now.
he did.
Do good damage onto Jonah, who stands his ground but still finally gets picked off by Zachary. Tap on the spike.
I wasn't aware if anyone co-streamed
Zachary
it
gets the
because
second
I
kill
just
onto the
watched
fort.
it like
Pain shells to
normal.
push the last 2 players back now, allowing for a player to stick onto that spike. It's going to be Zachary. It goes for a 1-for-1, but the defuse will come through.
Okay.
We'll make it expensive. We'll get the ult orbs
I don't
up,
think it's
but the
possible,
round still
chat,
comes
but-
back for Dobros.
Yeah, nice retake. That was a
He mostly laughed
good
the whole
little
time.
nade there from
That's kinda
Zachary.
sad though,
Put
right?
Jonah in such a
It's
tough
sad,
position.
dude. That's sad. Why is, bro? Like, goddamn. Like, why is everyone so complacent with it? Fuck, that's so sad. Like, someone that lives in the politics watched it and laughed the whole. Fuck, that's bad. That's bad.
He'll climb for
How's it
them
funny?
down 10-3, but
Oh,
you have to win that pistol to
Ugh.
start it.
I do fuck with Valorant. You down to play tonight?
With the second round, though, trying to do a replica of a C's nade by throwing the net with the paint shells, hoping to catch drone in the combination of a utility. But now the commitment to just, hey, say, let's hold W. Let's try to get this plant in. Riku ready for the first shot, but not hitting a second with the outlaw. Drone is still there to support. Grab net to reply back. That does catch Bones, but he's made it out to safety. Paranoia wasted out too on the defensive side, which now gives a chance for this lurk to happen. Jonah gets the pick onto Precision. They hear the crossover though because Zachary's still there with his Vandal.
Jonah putting up his little setup on A.
This goes here.
Just to get a
there.
little info in case they start rotating.
Who's Vance pretending to be right now? I'm so confused. Why? Is that a Cypher voice? Like, what voice is that?
A little boost to their economy.
He's pretending to be Cypher. That did not sound like Cypher, man. That did not sound like Cypher.
So
that
with
was
Neptune
horrible.
Falling down, they do know where at least some of the players are. One towards spawn, one towards the door, and with also the revolving door opening on tree. It forces Fame to push out. Dude,
that was a classic.
it's not even with a sheriff that time. It's a classic.
What?
That lands right into the dome of Riku.
Oh god, this blind. Oh, did it get all three?
No. Zachary's there for the save at least.
Barely
No
missed
shenanigans this time around for Fluffy Aimers on a Thrifty. You have the round converted on the anti-eco after winning the pistol for Dobros.
You thought that was good?
A couple players taken out, but ultimately it doesn't matter since they carried over 2 ghosts into that round, and all of the weapons will be saved for the Dobros. Big round now. Crucial for this comeback.
Yo, I like that EG thing you sent me, by the way. I like that a lot. I like watched the whole thing at the gym and I was just like, what the fuck? That was amazing. Show stream. I will when we got a second.
To get a lot of value, even with the defuse
It's
on the
like
pistol.
so
they have to be
relaxing and enjoyable. You just kind of zone out and then it just ends.
Probe out the map and trying to see where Zachary could be posted.
It's so good.
Gamers just playing it slow towards Mound. Spamming box just in case. Slowly controlling the other areas of the map, just playing for information.
It was like it's record timing today. Honestly, he almost caught it before before we went live. He almost caught it before we went live today.
Pain shells was thrown here by Bones into the entrance of the seaside.
Can you imagine? How do you get timed out before someone goes live? That's crazy.
Things off though, that was thrown by drone. And they're probably just gonna wait that wall out.
I wish I could show you guys. Fuck it. My chat doesn't go up that far.
Execute comes in. Fluffy Aimers have both sonic sensors to deal with. And look at that grab net ready here as well.
Stone gifted one to no huck to. I don't talk to.
Showstopper is out, no
what?
contact. Tides have turned back in favor.
Is that a real account?
Economy and players running and overtaking.
Did you make that account?
Door also being open as Jonah beats up to the res into the fray for the plant. Set up for Fluffy Aimers towards C. Drones inside the site, but it's a 1-for-1. Not waiting for his teammates, trying to go for the hero play. And instantly you see Fluffy
Free
Aimers
my boy.
on his post.
Wait, Ruby, what? Wait a second. Mike, yo, thanks for the
At least being used.
6 months,
He does
goddamn.
hit a few of them, pancake swinging out. It's a 2-for-1 in terms of trades, but a 2-player advantage on the attack and make that even 3.
Right,
so
that's
economy is going to be very.
Guys, I have a question. Prime subs, do they refresh on the 1st of the month, or is it like whenever you decided to do it, so it's like random day? Oh, okay. I just wanted, because I had a Prime sub yesterday, and I was like, dude, I don't think I ever used my Prime sub, so I used it yesterday. On who did we raid? We raided like T-Dog, I think. Yeah, so like, yeah.
With Coach Hayes getting into the
So I was like, man, it's like the 20 something, like 27th, and I still have this shit.
The Doe brothers this season.
Like, use this.
Yeah, I had a chance to catch up with Hayes' stream before he actually had to leave for practice with Dobros, and he was basically
pro players.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
Yeah, what the hell, Vans? I didn't know Vans knew him like that. That's crazy.
So we're just having casual conversations of him getting ready for the match by playing Manalords and Narudoodle. Did you know that was a Naruto or whatever it's called?
I don't know what that is.
Guess the Naruto character of the day. And that type of those type of games. There's like a word game with Naruto.
Shit. Nerds.
Dude, him and Corey were popping off. And that's why with this timeout, I don't even know where I was getting with that.
That's
I have no idea. I was waiting for where that was headed. Nowhere. Just headed straight to the void.
Yeah, it goes straight into the bin. Let's turn around over though, because off this timeout there is.
I just realized you guys probably don't believe that was an honest. That was actually an honest question about the bronze. I swear.
Don't allow Fluffy Aimers to get the early overtime.
Was it one of those baits?
Definitely don't want to.
But it would have been hella smart if it was.
Slowly working up AR fame. They have Jonah's.
They know the trip is here.
Further back. This is the same setup that Jonah had in the previous round. Oh, and Pancake's going to throw down that barrier, but play in front of it. Classic play towards stairs. Frankly, you have to expect this as a defender. It's done so frequently.
I've never seen that before.
Ooh.
But a pop flash.
Timing right here. The fight, the deadlock fight.
And maybe a pre-fired shot. But you definitely do see on the other end of that cyber cage that Riku wants to make sure that nobody gets through. And this gives the opportunity for this to happen. For Pancake's behind his wall, actually, they just break that area so he can go back in the site and sit up here on the post plan for Fluffy Aimers. So great timing also to understand what that wall was going to come down so they could really set up an oppressive post-plant scenario for Fluffy Aimers.
Yeah, I liked that faux B pivot, which allowed the A site to be taken a bit easier. 5-on-5 retake now.
Util coming out, though.
Dude, the C's was so good. I don't know how Bones can get that.
Is able to give some sort of hope now for Dobro to engage on the retake. Nice shot by Neptune, but there is Ange with the Bulldog, avenging his teammates, getting 2 on the.
I think we watched the EG video, chat. I think we watch it. It's so good. It's so good. This is so fire. So based for having a standing desk, by the way. So based. Best content ever.
You're definitely starting to see it here. They're okay to give up portion of the map. They're okay to play the retake, and
it's so like enjoyable to watch. I don't know. It's just
Sentinel composition here, which maybe kind of makes sense if you're looking at on the side for Fluffy Aimers when you're playing double Sentinel. It was
almost feels like ASMR or something.
Side, technically on paper.
I just like get really relaxed.
And maybe that's less util to use on the attack, less util to have on these post plant scenarios. Sorry, I just laughed that one. Like, where are you putting a satchel if you're just gonna break it and come across?
Yeah. Clove's holding this. Oh, for the own. Oh God. What a setup. Wait. Wait, that was way too early.
Bones gets caught though, haphazardly fighting towards.
Oh shit! Oh my God! Oh fuck! Oh no! Oh my God, that was disgusting by moment.
The flanker rather, and finally Jonah gets picked off, but that should not have
happened. What's up, Luigi?
And that's based once again on the information that Jonah was able to get by lurking across towards that back and letting his teammates know that there was at least 2 players flanking and not 1.
Practice room and scream.
And they met all 3, got all these shots from Meme's position, and
let me see.
Yeah, those were some nice shots.
I don't even remember what I saw.
I think that was a nice little sky flash as well that looked like it had the deadlock blinded. Neptune's sitting at 20-8 now. It's just somehow, some way, at some point. I didn't see when, but he's climbed the scoreboard.
Silent killer. 13 assists on top of that, and you mentioned those flashes, right? So yeah,
what's that copy paste? You don't remember a Neptune kill.
Wow, that's weird that they.
I forget how that whole copy paste goes, but you know what I'm talking about.
They probably have like setups that they kind of just use all the time, and then they have like clean setups for like match days and scrim days where they're playing on like clean slate PCs that feel like match setting PCs.
A sheriff in hand, so how much can he really do?
Just trying to delay as much as he could. Thankfully, his util is doing enough to stun, slow down some players enough from Fluffy Aimers to give a chance here for the rotate to happen. All of his util got
the practice room is also like a lot.
He has the annihilation, and he's trying to get the contact, misses, and this allows Bones to get a big.
No.
He does get contact onto one, and they're also getting these kills coming out here for Dobros. There's only one player left, as the other one just got cocooned away to the void, and it's Jonah forced to play the pulse plant against close smokes. It's not gonna happen. They'll swing it after this one as well from the Prowler. He'll get one for his troubles.
Yo, what's up, Greedy?
But the defuse is still up. And
yeah, if I had to guess, like the practice room is also probably like designed a little bit better for like open chatting, right? Like there's a lot of times where I would like throw a VOD on either like a TV, like I had a HDMI, like a laptop to a big television screen, and so that way like the boys could watch that while they eat or something, and then you know it's just another monitor from the laptop. So stuff like that, you know, like those kind of layouts. Looks like Potter has like a standing desk over there, but I would imagine she might not. I don't know. I'm not going to go back and look, but
against Core, against Moist X Shopify, but on attack,
yeah, they'd probably just make that scrim room like very similar to like match settings. They might not have like the specific specs and like all that stuff, but I don't know. There's something about playing these games like CS and Valorant. I can't explain it, but like playing the game on like a brand new fresh load of like Windows, which is pretty much what these tournament PCs are, because they have like this weird programming on them. It just feels different. It feels like slightly different. So yeah, it's nice to like probably just get used to that.
I'm thinking of, was that a Fallen quote or a Taco Leah quote
yeah, the Inferno game
about coming back?
Did
yeah,
you
like
guys
this.
Win? Absolutely not. 63.
No. Yeah, that one. Classic.
That was a good one.
That might be placebo for me, but that's how I always felt as a player.
Make sure you Google it up. I think it was like Beyond the Summit type of conversation that they had there with Fallen and Taco on the couch. It was actually good times rolling back the years. Anyways, still map and series point in favor of Fluffy Aimers, and off the timeout. This is still something that Fluffy Aimers wants to try to work with. Look at this buy. They have two Vandals and an Outlaw, so they have committed to some sort of like a mixed buy, where if they lose
what happened
this round,
in DCT
Neptune
China?
might not have enough econ, but the rest of their team will. But they want to get at least good value out of this buy and keep the economy low against Dobros.
Them are playing this slow 1-1-3 Now they're just backing off A. I mean, with Zachary firing the gun that close, they know they've fully lost control of Rubble there. It's going to be a smoke thrown down onto C from Mame, just trying to keep some attention drawn there.
30 seconds left.
Well, the main effort is going to come into the B site.
No ISO, though.
Has that scope on Heaven, now smoked off, loses the angle.
Looks like they still want to commit, though, for Fluffy Aimers. There's that swing out. The Haunt does get information on two, yet the score still is in favor of Neptune and the player's advantage. Plat now coming down, 11 seconds left. Showstopper, no contact for Zachary. Swinging out for a kill, denied by a Sheriff. This might be it right here. Only Jonas left.
Oh, shit.
The neural theft as Bones picks up the last kill, staying on top of the score.
Yeah, I think like at the start of Challengers, we would have all thought this series was close. But I think in the last like month and a half, dude, like Fluffy Aimers has looked significantly better. Like they could contend to like qualify to the Ascension tourney. One sec, Mochi wants to get out. Yeah, like Fluffy actually looks really good right now, you know? I don't think Dobros has ever looked like a potential contender, but I do think Fluffy currently looks like they could contend.
Because you could start on the defensive side as well. That definitely does.
They're very strong mechanically.
To see this tend to happen, as we've mentioned. Unfortunately, there it's just a matter of time here before Fluffy Aimers is able to take this over. So now it's time to bring back Dan dry it so that she
Loki, do you want to know who I think they remind me of, chat? This is gonna be weird. They kind of remind me a little bit of Moist last year. Like a little bit. Like kind of like similar vibes, I guess.
Amazing, I think.
Yeah, it's good. It's just like an underdog team that's like looking very strategically deep, but also they have very skilled players. Kind of sleeping on them a little bit. I think they kind of have that vibe right now. You know, like they don't really have an org, but these are really good players.
Their most dominant series, yeah, and I would agree. I think it is their best series.
I don't think Fluffy Emers isn't an org, right?
Game, but if they have a
might be
map now, Lotus,
that would be crazy if it is.
As
it?
Well as
it's an org. What?
They can play at such a fantastic level.
Yo, what a fire org!
Take them over the
Wait, it's actually an org.
Close games that they've
I'm following
against the top teams that they haven't been able to overcome.
Wait,
they're on the cusp of
there's a pillow you can buy.
Lost to M80.
No, chat.
But it just slipped
I think
away
I need
at the
it.
very, very end.
I think I need it.
Like a 9-8 lead, and M80 just got 5 rounds in a row right at the end to close things out.
What the fuck?
And if their Lotus is this good now, you know, they could win a series like that 2-0.
Yeah, especially when it comes down
I think I need it.
Breeze was a map that I really enjoyed playing during stage 1. Excuse me, I have a frog in my throat.
Oh, guys, dude, I just remembered something. I just fucking remembered something. I'm so glad. Dude, I knew I would forget. I fucking knew I would forget. What? Wait, what? I swear it should be it. Dude, what? Oh, no, it's there. Bro, I had to put an alert in my calendar. The Tarinho is here, chat. The Brazilian chocolate milk, it's here. It's in the fridge. Oh yeah, I won't.
We got the chance to see it today, and I can't wait to. I feel like for me, I see them as my underdogs for playoffs and what they can do, just with the way that some of these ideas are coming through. But we have a break, and when we come back, we have an interview with Bones right after this break.
Bones appetit.
Bones. He did not. He did not. He got that shit in, bro. Nah. That's fucking crazy. An analyst talking at the end of the segment over the host just to slip it. Nah, this guy's out of control. Get him out. I fucking love Antilli. I feel like Jolly is like microing him. Oh, what? I missed that. What the fuck? That was crazy. Oh my god. I don't know. I have 6 Tadinos. I have 6 of them. So they're in like a package, like a brick. I have my calendar alert set for Sunday for the Ospas game, which I think they're actually playing 100 Thieves. But I could drink one right now, technically. I mean, I still got something to blow, you know? I got Tadinos to blow out here. I don't think I can mix it with anything. I think it's just in a little, like, container. I should get some right now. Bet.
Chance to see for Fluffy Emers, and now it's time for the interview.
I'll get one after the
Bones
interview
to talk about this win and talk about this whole evolution that we've
Bones,
seen.
the GOAT.
Congratulations on this win. The first question that I want to ask you is how today the team looked honestly amazing, and you guys have had some ups and downs, but what is making the team click so well for these 2 maps that we got the chance to see today?
Well, I think it just comes down to our practice, honestly. Like, we've been looking really good in scrims and just playing together, and I think that really showed today and how we played in these match.
And that's the thing, it looks really good, and you guys are not bringing any of these new ideas that we're seeing for other teams, including, you know, Doperos today, but a lot of the teams and challengers that are bringing the ISO and the Neon. You as a duelist, I want to ask you, what are your thoughts on the current meta, and if maybe we can see some of those that you guys would play in the future?
I mean, yeah, I think the meta right now is really changing, and I think some people may like it or dislike it, but I think I really like the change, to be honest, because of the roles, like the new characters that you're able to play, like Neon and ISO, and I think it'll be really fun if my team and I like are able to showcase it later in our later matches.
I would love to see that. You've been having such a good performance on the maps, and I feel like those characters, I feel like it would suit you very well. I want to ask you as well about Sunset. Sunset in the last 3 times, including today that you played it, has looked amazing. Would you say that this is just your best map overall, and what makes you guys do so well on Sunset?
Yeah, I think Sunset is our best map overall. Basically, I think like my team and I just have a really good understanding of how to play the map, like fundamentally. We all kind of know what to do without even communicating all of the times, to be honest. We really just like understand how to play the map like naturally as a team, I feel. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's not an easy map, and you guys really make it look easy in the past couple times we've seen you guys win it. I have one more question for you. Your last match of this second split is going to be against Dark Zero, who actually took a win against Oxygen, the favorite, yesterday. So what are your thoughts on going against Dark Zero?
Yeah, I think they're a really good team, and of course beating Oxygen is not an easy opponent. I think we're just going to play our game and practice, and we'll see when we play them.
All right, we're going to see what happens. Thank you so much, Bones, for joining me for this interview. This is everything that we have for the post-match interview, but we have one more match to go after this break. We're going to have M80 going against YFP, so don't go anywhere.
They say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine? In life, you make your own guarantees. Nobody else will light your way. Start your own fire and keep it burning. And we guarantee you'll have one hell of a lifetime.
Okay. Both wall. Yo, I got the Tadinho chat. It's here. It's here. Whew. I missed the whole interview, by the way.
All you wanna do is see me turn into
What the fuck is this, dude? So stupid. That's so funny. What is this? Yo, Ichi is cooking on the talk, bro. What the hell? This whole time we've been saying they don't have a content team. There's been TikTokers the whole time. That's crazy. What? That's pretty funny. Back-to-back bangers from EG. Holy. Okay. In my head, I wanted to like DM when I drank the Tidinho, but I also like don't want to do that right now. I kind of wanted to watch the Fnatic Haven game. So I kind of want to drink my Tidinho while I watch that. Oh, I also saw a thread that was kind of cool. Not many people like catch stuff like this, and honestly, like I don't really look out for it, to be honest. But wait, what the fuck? I swear to God, I just bookmarked that shit. Where did it go? Rip? Well, I don't know where it is. I'll find it one sec. The Haven game was fun, but hella stompy. Yeah. I see what you mean. I wanted to see it because they were successful using ISO on defense, right? Yeah, Destry. Yes. Wow, that's crazy. That's a crazy shout at you. You literally read my mind. Wow. I'm looking for it. Oh, yeah, here it is. Okay. Wow, look, it's grayed out. Perfect. Okay. So basically this guy was just like watching like one of the POV things from their matches, and this particular exchange was interesting, and this is very telling, like very telling. Let's see. Okay, so Khalil says, I'm going with you. MW, come back and I flash. So MW is the guy we're watching right now, the neon. He's saying like, come back and I'll flash for you to like swing this corner. Like I'll flash, but just come back a step. And someone look at DD, and Nosler says, okay, I'll look. Probably because he looked at radar right here, and he's probably like, bro, what the fuck are you guys all doing? Like, someone hold this. That's what he's saying. DD is probably this. So, you know, like, this is a disaster, actually, that no one's even looking at it. I sent it to the base. Kill this guy at the spawn there. See, this is actually a bad call. This is a fucking terrible call. And a lot of people in rank think that, like, this is, or like, not rank, but like inexperienced players will think that, like, this is correct. Like, I know one is here. Let's aggress into that person. It's like, no, it's actually, like, usually the other way around. You know one's there, so you should aggress into somewhere else. Because aggressing into this guy, the worst case scenario is you run into 2. Aggressing into the flank, the worst case scenario is you run into 0 to 1. And, you know, like, same thing for here. And the likelihood of it even being the 1 is low because they're usually going to be paired up. So, like, there's just no need to aggress into this fight. and MW, who's the experienced one on this team, immediately, well, Zan says reset, actually, fuck. Right? Zan says that? Yeah. So Zan is the one that, like, first says reset. It's fine. So, I think, is he dead? Is he, like, dead coming? I'm not really sure, because his hand's off his shit. Calm down. I just think, like, this is just very telling of, like, the atmosphere in their team and, like, where the comms are coming from. And I threw Molly at spawn, 2 I think. It's like the pace. I don't know, like Havoc was like trying to like snowball this like momentum pace, and inexperienced players that try to do that will get punished, right? And they would have gotten punished right there. There was 2 players right there, very aware of that push. Like that would have been a mistake, right? So when teams like stick to like experienced players and shit like that, it's often like honestly little shit like this, these intangibles that like you can't even tell someone, right? Like I can't communicate that to like some random person. They would think I'm crazy. But those little things, you can see those happening everywhere, like all the time, right? They literally always happen. Like those little exchanges where, you know, like, yeah, the easy call is to just like snowball into the fights. The experienced play is to know when to stop. That's the hard part. The easy part is like looking at your util and being like, okay, I could just throw this here. We just keep going. That's easy. The hard part is knowing like, okay, we have all this ground. What does it mean? It means like they're in this zone. Is it worth pushing that ground? No. No, it's not, actually. Like, it's important to have people like that on the team. Otherwise, you're just going to overheat a lot. And, yeah. But yeah, I really like that clip. That was a good clip. Where are we at on this? Okay.
Map control. Your best of who is towards the top.
So we got the ISO and Garage.
Carmine caught from the start of the year, one of the teams to watch. Fnatic.
Oh.
He was vulnerable because of the Viper Molly and got 1 tap because of it.
Beautiful. That's a start you'll love to see for Carmine Corp. Now, what do they do from this point forward? Still so much utility to invest and a lot to achieve, though.
Yeah, Osbos has a very good sense of like when to stop.
On his shoulders, Martin, aware of this. Wingman's going in.
All right, shield was pop backside. There's the ball.
So Spike's down in their hands. A lot of players now here. Little look towards Hero as well. Careful about this. Could be action. They got options now, but that Spike's still an issue.
It's gonna be intried off that A-Link line, and here comes the first opening.
Oh. Yeah, man, normally Alfier like owns people pistols. That was shocking, actually. I thought for sure he was about to get that kill.
To affect with that pressure through garage, the
they're farming orbs on him. Oh,
so he's
fuck.
to stay up. Obviously, for Fnatic, they'd love.
Do I enjoy skills casting? Oh,
well.
I don't know. I don't really think like along those lines. I typically just like enjoy it. Like I don't really think that way pretty much about like any caster actually. You know, like you know what I mean? Like I never stop to think like, do I enjoy this casting? It only becomes a problem when like the casting is so bad that it kind of like makes me not focus on the game, and not many people do that. So I don't know. I think I'm a little different than most people with that though. Like I accept that's kind of like a different take.
Where's my skill? Like how can I not shoot like I can anymore? But at least in the last 2 weeks for M80, they have brought up the firepower. You have seen Koala Noob and also Nismo putting some shots up, so it does help. And now
yeah, I get a little frustrated when I start getting like there's a couple situations that frustrate me because I get a little frustrated when like there's a level of like disrespect shown towards like a player from someone that like was never, you know, like had never really been in that team setting at the pro level, you know, because it is different being in that setting and like making those sacrifices. And I'm not saying like criticizing the game. I'm saying like a level past that. Like this is very rare, and I don't even have examples to give to you guys because it's mainly in like, it would be like a very inexperienced caster, you know, like, because most the VCT casters aren't going to throw shade at the players unless they're like deserving of that shade. But sometimes people seem like they try to do it for the clout, almost like the clickbait of fucking just saying something outrageous. It would happen in CS a lot too, and that shit would annoy me. Just as like my like player mentality would be like, bro, that's so fucking unfair and ridiculous. And even though we're in like an entertainment industry, like, god damn it, that's not cool. Like,
negative teamwork. Everyone was just going for solo plays all over the place. Everyone was always
stay still. No, it's not still.
No one was
I actually enjoy still.
Never setting up
it was fun.
anything of significance with utility crossfires. It was a mess. And now this stage, they've completely turned that around. They look incredible now. I've been so impressed with them this entire time. Every team.
It took me a long time to not sound like Steel. I had to work on that a lot, and I also enjoy that style. I just know that I don't know, like when it comes to like the average person, I think most people want to hear the positives that happened instead of the negatives that happened. And I get it, dude. I see what he sees. I think it's fucking hilarious. I love it. And like, yeah, as a player, as an in-game leader, I totally get it, because that's all you do as an in-game leader all day, every day. You know, like if you look at my initial broadcast shit from CS, like when I was broadcast talent in CS, I was hypercritical. I would always point out the negatives. It would always be about like what mistakes were made and like how the other team like pounced on that shit. Because that's how you improve within a team setting. You design stuff, obviously, and you try to improve, but you also hone in on all of the little things that go wrong, right? So like I was hypercritical as an in-game leader. Like I was looking at like where specific smokes landed and how they clouded and pathings and, you know, like post-plant setups and, you know, like specific timings people are showing on the lurk, or I was very critical of all that shit. And if you're in the pro scene for a while as an in-game leader and that's how you roll, which is definitely steals from like the same group of people as like I was playing with for the most part. So yeah, like I know that's how he thinks. That's how we all thought. So yeah, I get it. And yeah, it doesn't bother me at all. Like that's a very long drawn out answer, but that's why it doesn't bother me. It's because I totally get it. It's just how he perceives the game. He thinks like, okay, both of these teams are coming in here with some ideas, but when one team throws out an idea onto that like your initial idea, he's looking at it like, oh, like they fucked up. They did not react well. Whereas like I have learned to instead, even though I do see that, my brain initially tries to go there. I try to complement the good thing. Like, oh, look what this plan did versus that, like that setup. Instead of saying like, oh, these people could have done X, Y, and Z. I think you could go either way. Sometimes I am critical. Like sometimes I'm very critical. But that's if there's like glaring errors, you know, like, but if there's like innovation that I'm seeing, I definitely focus on that. Like if I see like an ISO, Yoru, Deadlock, I'm constantly throwing out compliments their way because they're rewriting how to play. They are putting a lot of effort in. I'll be a little bit more critical of teams if I watch like the Bedge comps on Ascent, right? You run like Bedge comp against Bedge comp. Well, you should know how to play the comp. Like it is a game about who makes, you know, the least mistakes now, because now we're literally playing a game of like Counter-Strike where everyone has pretty much the same abilities. We all know the limits of those abilities. We've seen it a million times. So it's about who makes the least mistakes on Ascent. So I'm going to point those out a lot. So yeah, there's certain scenarios where I do it. I can see why people get upset when it's like all the time, right? It could get frustrating, especially when you start seeing like fucking crazy comps doing insane shit and you're focusing on like the negatives of the team that can't stop it. Yeah, I could get it. I could totally get it. Like I get all both sides. Get it.
Which we probably will, because M80 are either going to
That was fucking
Lotus
circular
and
yap
YFP.
to summarize this. Yeah.
Go there. I'm excited to see Penny now on the buff to Neon, because again, the last time he played
With
it,
all of that said,
buff Neon, and they had this.
Is it time for the
really
Tadinho
cool,
chat?
Like 4-1 death ball play on Lotus, where they were just running around, giving him tons of utility, and he was going off. And I would love to see more of that.
Let's check the maps then.
It's
Let's
a weird
see
straw,
what we're gonna be
low-key.
headed for today between
The
M80
hell?
and YFP. Let's see if it's gonna be that
Does
Lotus
this-
or something else.
Bro, this
Here's
straw
one.
is barely big enough.
It's an interesting map here, Vance. It's
Let's
Haven to start us off, which
go.
I love. Then a
Wait.
and then Sunset.
Yeah, and on top.
Low key chat, it's so based because M80's comps on Ascent. What's that? Pepe laugh. She doesn't know. Pepe laugh.
Jet op to take control of the A choke or the long C pick.
No, imagine not being a knower. Imagine. No, couldn't be me. Couldn't be you, Joshy. Couldn't be you, Horse. No, couldn't be Lena. Oh, it couldn't be Destra either. Nope. Imagine. Jolly, nope. Not Jolly either. Definitely not Jolly. Imagine. Imagine not knowing
These guys are
what a
really,
Tadinho is.
really strong.
Crazy.
Ascent, the
Well,
pick from YFP is also an
you're not
interesting
going to get
one
the answer here,
because
so
had a great Ascent
put
against
those
Fluffy
fingers a
Gators just
typing
last week,
because
beat them
you have to
13-6.
find somewhere else.
So these first two maps should be extremely, extremely interesting. Haven, though, we don't, we haven't gotten to see a ton of it since it's been really added. So even if someone's pick would be very cool.
Look, if you didn't know a long time ago, then you don't deserve to know now, alright? That's just how it goes.
We've yet to see this map being played by them, and we were talking a lot about what, Calling Noob is going to do. Is he going to play the Jet? Is he going to play the Raze? Is he going to play something else? As we've seen other teams run, even the ISO, even the
Please,
Neon.
ISO,
I think
please.
most likely we're going to
I'm
continue to
begging.
see that Jet duel, which I think it's amazing. But I think this is a very, very good map pool, especially for what is going to be the rest of the year, Vance.
Yeah, and before I take a step over to continue to talk about Haven, and even
No.
Ascent for M80, they have a Euro coming
No.
up, not necessarily always going back to the Jet anymore for M80, but at least for Haven, I think if you're looking and thinking about it really quick here from who you have as a team,
Okay.
and what agents that they could potentially play, and what their best in slot
Seeb.
in. You could think about Koala Noob as his Jet. You could think about Nismo, who's also very good on a breach. And then you also have
Seeb.
BCJ, that's been known to be a very good Silva player. So already in that
Okay,
house.
here we go.
And Xander on an Omen, by the way. So you could play like a default Haven and still
Yeah,
get
so you're
so much
thinking
value.
The
it's
fuck
gonna
is
be
in
the
this
same
shit?
comp as YFP run against Dobros.
Most likely, most likely.
I feel like that wouldn't be surprising at all. I feel like these are also teams that have been
What's up,
innovating
Peaklings?
a little bit, Wyatt, but not too much. We're not going crazy. So that seems pretty reasonable to me.
Yeah, for sure. I'm excited as well with Haven coming in with M80. I still associate this team with the old Ghost Gaming core, who at a time were innovating on Haven, actually. They were, when Fade came into the game, they were, the first team running like a Fade, Raze, Astra, I believe,
Got
on
it.
that map, with Nismo really taking over on Raze there. So I wonder if, maybe they'll be a little bit inspired by some nostalgia of a map that they were so dominant on back in the day, or if we're going to see...
I didn't play with the new skins. No, that's actually why I wanted to play tonight.
We've been seeing
If an ISO is walking
Neon
down
on
mid.
Haven, globally. I think it was like Heretics that are running that, if I remember correctly. So there's a ton of options on New Haven. The meta is really being explored.
Yeah, I would rather have a Ghost.
Exactly. When you get down to the meta, there's just
because you're gonna be taking some probably like distance fights.
Where we're trying to see if you could go.
I don't know. That's just me. I guess personal preference though.
Shift in terms of composition of maybe it's just going to be a solo duelist or even double duelist, but getting great value of dropping a sentinel player because now your single sentinel is going to have to be a deadlock.
Viper Stinky.
Inside sight, playing just on the outside of it, and just
what the hell?
And know that there's a potential flanks that could happen. So
okay.
Game plan.
So chat, the Tadinho lore is this. All right. It's basically the secret to being the GOAT. I figured it out when I heard this.
Cara, eu queria falar pouquinho. O que você tá comendo de café da manhã?
What are you eating for breakfast?
Qual que é a sua rotina de treino de mira? O que você faz para ser tão bom? Tem alguma coisa fora da realidade ou você simplesmente é muito bom?
Tem uma coisa fora da
realidade.
One thing.
Então o que é essa
coisa? O Tadinho.
Isso é fora da realidade.
There's literally one thing that Osboss needs in this world. He didn't say it. I'm not gonna. No, I can't say that. That's a little fucked. But he didn't say a lot of things. He said this. So I needed to know. I needed to know what it does. And so I bought it. I bought it because I want to be the GOAT. Me. Look at me. Be the GOAT. I'm about to literally just like Anamorph. So I'm going to fucking... It's going to be crazy. I'm going to turn into Osboss. That's pretty fucking good, actually. It's like... Wow, it's actually really good. It's to compare it, I actually think this is better than those Yoo-Hoos. I think Brazil got us beat. Yeah, that's good. Is it all sugar? I don't think it's as much sugar as let me check this shit. It's in Portuguese, so give me a sec here. Fortunately for me, numbers remain the same. They got English numbers, actually. That's such a fucking bar. Where's the fucking sugars? Bro, I can't find it, actually. Oh, I think they hit it right there. I think that might be 11 grams of sugar. That has to be it. Has to be the word. Yippee. About to be a top 10 duelist in it. Well, I don't know. What? I was already a top 10 duelist in it. I'm about to be top 1. What the hell? I'm not trying to stay the same. A big Delulu. I'm off that Tadinho. You wouldn't even know. You wouldn't know. Ooh. What would prepare you better for a career as a pro Valorant player? 2 years of being a tier 1 Fortnite pro or 2 years of being a tier 1 CS pro? Oh, tier 2, sorry. Probably the CS pro. Yeah. I think like the fundamental aspect of Fortnite is very different. Yeah. Tier 2 CS is still very difficult, yeah. It's not unhealthy though, that's the thing. It just made me into the GOAT. What are you talking about? The noises come through the mic. I'm trying to make it come through the mic.
Welcome back, folks, and thank you for your patience as we get
Let's
the
go.
agent select into M80 versus YFP for the Zippo agent select now on Haven. And yes,
dude,
it is some
it's
good,
so
honest
fucking
Valorant for M80 side with the KJ on net. Remember, best in
I can't even do it.
Good agent on net on this map too in the past.
It's not like a juice box that I've normally had. It's like actually fucking airtight, so that way you can't make that noise. Like it just doesn't work.
Played agent in stage 2. YFP coming with the same composition that they obliterated Dobros with last
I was gonna do the slurp
weekend.
noise.
Yeah.
This is M80's debut on Haven.
Unfortunately,
back in the pool.
engineering on
Their
this thing is too
map
fucking
pick.
good.
You know, always risky to pick into the.
No, dude, no. Okay. Yesterday, it looked like the Cypher had some edges on the Killjoy. I said I don't know. I don't think that would always play out that way, but yeah.
And despite the map having no changes going back into the map pool, we're still very happy that Haven is
Hold it
back
close
here
to
in
the camera.
rotation,
What, this thing?
unchanged, because it's still one of the best maps that we're currently having. I kind of trolled on the YFP on a double Sentinels. I was still looking back at their Ascent composition here, where they played that Deadlock in the Cypher, but this time around it is definitely almost a mirror comp, with the exception of the Sentinels.
Hey,
That's
set
the
up in
difference for both
garage.
of these teams. Is now
Kind of a risky spot for
piss
Killjoy
around
here.
has started with the barrier coming up, some control towards the C site, and it's a late control.
That's a very
now,
risky
and
spot for
Logan seems
Killjoy.
to be ready, and they seem to have a read here for the fault line hit on this front B
I
site.
guess support from the breach probably, but like
The
it would
YFP
hit.
biding their time here just a bit. 2 players pushed up into Cubby on C. That's going to be their breach, and
Okay, just like this level of scouting is making them probably want to go here.
fall back.
What are they up
YFP
to?
with a
Are we getting
lot
a
of
tech?
attacker side spawn control
tech?
right now.
What's happening right now?
Yeah, I was gonna be like,
Yeah,
yeah, they're gonna go
tag.
back to spawn and wait till the end. This is the best strat I've ever seen. The scrims have been amazing for YFP so far. But now they're falling back, and they're gonna call here for a timeout. And you just saw, though, before it went into the timeout net, so like running down mid, be like, I'm gonna find you. But this is probably gonna be a replay or a retake into that round. Although, when you see how this round first started, though, without the information that was in the front of that B site,
Who's the
it's still
IGL
here
now?
why they hurt that recon
For
got forced
M80,
season.
I
Maybe
think
this is something
last
that,
week we
you know,
heard it was
M80 could be
Xander,
ready
but
for should
I'm
we
not
be
sure
able
if that's
to
still the case, right?
resume
I don't know.
the first pistol round. And thankfully, if we have to go through a match medic, it won't be that long, because we literally haven't gone to kill yet. So this is great.
Yeah, I appreciated you trying to find something in the round to speculate about when not a singular bullet was fired at anywhere. Nothing happened. Just guys walking around. Listen, you take what you can get in a moment like that. I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right.
Not gonna lie, I'm about to
get up,
resort to the dad
you know what
jokes
I
book.
mean? Get back into that first
What do you guys
round.
think?
All that.
But M80, when you're looking at this, right? Why when you yeah? So
how's your week been?
Yeah, I mean it was great. Hot weather. It was amazing. It's hot today as well. Though you're telling me Montreal weather is not that hot, but
just
compared to where you
Austin, get over it, buddy.
I used to have like a lot of like specific things that I did at the gym, but then like I don't know. Now it's just like routine. That's all I do. I just go. I don't know. Even when I don't want to, I go. I drop the girls off at school and I just go every morning. Pretty like Monday to Friday if I dropped them off those days, you know. If you want to do splits and stuff, like I used to do like all kind of like splits, and I still do for the most part, but I'm not like super like deady to certain numbers of like sets and shit. I just make sure to hit like the core things.
At that YFP is looking so good in the past few weeks.
Any yoga?
And
I've done yoga in the past. I actually just prefer. I don't prefer, but I actually meditated like earlier today. Like at the start of quarantine, I was big into like mindfulness meditation. I downloaded this guy named Sam Harris. He had an app, and he basically just like talks you through it and gets you. As crazy as this sounds, it takes some effort to learn how to meditate. it's like a little bit more difficult than you would think. Yeah, it was just a very it was a good thing to learn. It was a very good thing. And I totally see like yoga like has like a lot of like similar properties, I guess, in my eyes. I should do more yoga.
Out
yeah.
during this stage too, and we're looking at the current standings. Like outside of those that are like this red alert of like things may not be going for well for them to try to make it to playoffs. Because let's just think about it. Even if you're like in the mid pack right now for the season in stage 2,
yeah,
it's really like you're looking at the overall score line.
I guess so.
Where are you going to place out of the 10 to get the points? 10 out of 12.
But like also I learned how to meditate like eyes open, and it's crazy because like if you download this app or whatever, it probably still exists. He basically teaches you like how to do it so that way you relax and your field of view will get like super fucking wide if you're doing it correctly, because you're not focusing on a particular thing. Yeah, I don't know, there's a lot of cool properties of meditating, and I would recommend it just because it helps you really like understand what emotion you're feeling in a given moment. Like if you're feeling like a cluster of like 3 different emotions, which is very common, right? Like we're all fucking human. You have a lot of shit swirling around in you. It's often like hard to pick apart like sometimes which ones you're feeling. And I feel like meditation helps for that kind of stuff. Like it's a great tool.
An easy one. YFP, they're winning 2-0, 13-9, and then actually 13-10 first map, 13-9 on the second map. You know what I mean?
Put that in the chat.
You know what? I've already seen it in the stars. It's a whole thing. It's really just that simple, man.
Haven, and then 13-9 Ascent. I'm just writing in my notes just to keep you in check here as we will soon see this series.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
Thank you for your patience, by the way, chat. We should be ready to go in the next minute and a half. And I'm going to hold myself accountable for that, too, for predicting how long this technical pause is going to take. But, you know, put that timer up, 90 seconds. We get to see all the nice flybys here of this map of Haven. But, yeah, I do kind of agree with you in a sense. You know, YFP's been looking good on a right trajectory. And, you know, Penny's been frying most recently and finding the groove. There's also been tweets coming out from Penny following the victory that they got against Dobros, where he's like, yeah, I'm back in form. Things are feeling pretty good.
Oh, shit, Persian Tickler.
Which is great
2 years.
But
what's up?
Credit away here because I don't want to like.
Yo, Persian Tickler actually goes to my gym.
Put another team higher up, but you know, we still had not the best results and the best synergy and the best games coming out of Dobros overall in this stage. So you could put a little asterisk on that one. Literally, that looks like the YP logo to say, okay, well, we look really dominant, but so did Fluffy.
Oh yeah, here we go. Let's go. Right? So, all right, Chai, who we got?
We'll have to see.
That is very M80 pilled. Very M80 pilled. Wow.
We're back in the game with
I don't know about that, Chad.
Yep. And the Gapathon is over.
And you know what? I started a timer when you said 90 seconds.
Any HUD
just to see if you
lovers in the chat.
Baloney, but you weren't.
I'm very sorry. You're in for a dry spell today. You're getting no HUD.
The curse word.
Amazing sandwich.
There's none.
Yeah, let's go back, right? So
I hate information. I fucking hate it.
So
having too much info sucks.
Sure that
all right, so they throw the like attack smoke here, which you know denies these lines, makes the Silva go. Fuck.
Is this just a replay?
What's going on?
It is the exact same round. I think the only difference
is that
a shock dart was used by the M80. Or wait.
Okay.
The YFP. Wait. Oh yeah, that's flipped. The YF. The HUD is flipped. My brain hurt. But the YFP Silva to break. Me just dying to get this.
Wyatt is actually
alarm bot.
making this hard.
Desperately trying to.
Wyatt's making this a difficult kosher,
well.
man.
It's
I'm getting
we are in blue
saboed by Wyatt.
To start things off. So yes, the recon dart did come out on the attack. The shock dart rather still came out as well. As Net is still trying to swing
That's too much.
So again, it's the same thing as the pistol round.
I thought that one kill was good.
There are some kills that are happening. It's a 4-4.
Very early flood.
Lighting up the board here on the seaside for a 2-for-1.
What the fuck? How did Xander get that?
Answering back and getting the retaliation onto Xander. So this puts us now on a 2 versus 2, and BCJ on the top of the logs allows here
HUD is broken.
To capitalize on the pistol round.
That's my guy, BCJ. Look at him go, Vance. Look at him go on the logs. Just Big Confidence Johnson is, I think, what it stands for.
I turned the caster down a little bit.
Playing on the logs.
Yeah,
I'll turn them all. No, just kidding. Can you guys give me a number?
Correct.
21 right now. Just give me a number.
Love that guy.
Holy fuck, dude.
Scoreboard saved.
No info is sick.
My goats, my heroes.
Wow, that low, really? Okay.
UI for the utility.
All right, we're keeping it low today, I guess.
If not, all good. Shot dart coming at the beginning though, and it's just to try to take control of orb at the beginning. We just mentioned and gassed up BCJ.
I'll ask him to give me the feed with Van Silly muted. There's no way. Surely he can't hear me. Surely he's just in chat. Oh shit, dude! That was crazy! How are people doing this with the Bulldog? Wait, how is he listening? That means there's another. What? Dude, wait, how are you actually listening to this?
Too bad he's an omen and the alt's useless. If that was someone else. Boy, if that was Nismo, they'd be feasting with that rolling thunder.
Holy fuck.
Wait till you see that.
But that's fine.
Wait till you see the omen ult getting another 4K for Xander.
They've got that big stack towards A to just fight for early pressure, recon, smoke down, stun from Nismo.
Here.
Except they don't need to use any of it because no one's there. And it's just a
Actually,
Cypher.
where did he stick that?
Yeah, exactly. Just a Cypher putting a
Oh
camera
wow, that's a
up.
pretty good
It's
game. Okay.
Looking down at least to see if there's any type of early pressure, and with that shooting down, look at how we're trying to stay active around the map for YFP. Jakey's already moving forward, breaking the turret.
That's all. That's some good damage. Like breaking the turret, alarm bots down. You can see what it's done. They're so passive on Garage and C. It's a free site.
With Nismo still inside B, they could still create this stall from the fault line. But they won't have any type of way to really get that information, as because that turret that got broken, everybody's just staying back so they could actually come back here and fight for the retake.
Spike is going to be planted for C-Long. A few players from YFP stacked up there. Penny has to at least get one here, though. He is very far forward compared to the rest of the team, and because of that, just going to opt to fall back. Play a bit closer with them.
Oh, he's in trouble. Yeah, if that dart pings you, you're fucked. These guys at long, they're like, Penny, who the fuck is Penny? Our duelist? Nah, no, I don't know Penny. Just let that man die out there. Dude, what's...
The defuse and comes across, and that will be a bonus round out for M80.
Dude, 3-0 already.
And try to prove the haters wrong.
That was a great retake. YFP's positioning was pretty.
The score is 3-0.
There with Penny.
Maybe we should be the production. Should we be the production?
We're just waiting right now to see what's going to happen for the next round, and because that bonus, there's been some free upgrades coming through. And
is this it? Is this
another tech pause coming across here?
Oh, actually, dude, they don't even got the right score. I got the right score on my shit. No, what? Oh, bro, I had him. I had him. They didn't need to. I had it. I'll just open up a timer for the round timer. I'll be like, is that even a thing? No, I don't even think you... Do you even have a timer on Windows? I don't know why you would. Shit, I know his fate. Just have hotkeys for every piece of util. Just literally everything on my keyboard is a hotkey for like one of the players' util. I'm just live tracking it. I'm doing what a computer would do. That would be crazy. I would be the best HUD ever. I would be crazy. I'd be so good. Until I had to like leave the computer and then because be like, wait, where's Sean at? Oh, it's not fucking up to you. You would know exactly who to blame. You know exactly who to blame. God damn it, stop Twitch machine. Please. Please. The Twitch messages. Make them stop. Okay.
Here, in which case, this is a very important...
We saw him on Haven. Now.
Does this work? This Viper wall here is to block off the Cascade as well. It's all on Hero.
This is so much
Got a Cove.
See, like, when we're watching ISO in Challengers, he was just insta-popping that shield.
Martin and just gets Dizzy down, but Hero! A moment to shine for the young gun! And his Durka and Unison support systems there. He handled that pressure like a veteran. And Andalusia flawless on the first time they get the rifles in. And you said it, they were keeping so many present from Fnatic over towards A with just that utility.
Or just to wonder, the last time we saw Cove, or
Alright,
maybe
here we go. Little set play with ISO. Could have won that. Oh, dude, I watched this last time. Okay, so this Soba has a shock. Chronicle has a shock, guys. He's pairing it. Sorry, I'm talking blue. He's pairing it with this Vuln that's cutting through, and the shock basically lands. So if you insta-challenge long, you're just gonna get one shocked. Kind of crazy. They nailed the timing. It's a really good combo, the way they have it.
They didn't purchase one. Where was it?
Like, see where it's landing right there?
It wasn't.
It's like right on the run out, right where someone would be. And then he has a high dart.
Yeah, Hero's gonna be happy.
Just to clear like the close line in between like the harbor wall and the Viper wall.
A second chance at that sort of moment to shine. Near unfortunate, you could imagine. Now we get into the first real buy round for both sides. Magnum is going to be down on just the Sheriff. And it looks like
I think they're getting ISO ult. Yeah.
Now,
so he just got ISO ult. I think I saw this run live actually. I think he loses this, right?
Now heading in, Wingman once again denied, but Fnatic quick to respond here. But you can see the lines being drawn. Both connectors, one towards A and now one towards C.
So he's just playing retake right now because he has his ult. He could take, you know, either the Hell player or the Spike player off. Which honestly, so if you don't grab the Spike planter, you'll know because the Spike will be planted, which means you probably got someone in this zone. There's usually only like one player there, so it makes your retake insane, even if you don't get the kill.
Were denied initially.
On the A scenario, but this won't be the A scenario.
Martin is inserted here.
Ready to come back out.
And that's nice from Martin.
Fuck. We got 26 seconds. Fuck it. Let's go.
Once you get that V1 marriage,
all right, here we go. So you can see he ults someone in this 2-on-4 right there.
Two back-to-back 1v1 me, baby. Alpha against Martin. That's a dirty head-to-head. Oh, Martin!
Yeah. So even though he like loses that fight, it doesn't even matter. Actually, this isn't even the round. He lost a couple ults. Dude, he lost a couple ults that game. And yeah, it's just so busted that you can like see where the body is gonna come. I think that's definitely a nerf that ISO needs. It's so fucked that like you just can win that fight and you lose. No matter what, you lose when you get ISO ulted.
Xener at that point, so he throws the paranoia, is able to TP away, and they didn't want to cross that smoke because they knew since you didn't get the ping there onto the Opper, you're kind of just afraid here to react and fight back on the C site. So
I don't know. Yeah, not really sure. I think they'd be good with it. Not really sure how it would play out.
Into B. Nismo under contact.
Okay. They got out the side.
Trying to push forward of the players here of YFE. I just realized we also don't have game sounds, right? So Quality just getting ready right now with the operator. Looking back, drone. Recon dart coming through. Pew, pew, no ping.
Oh, that should be round. That's round.
Oh no. Yeah, I don't think you need to make the sounds just yet. Oh. It's going to be a 5-on-3.
That was a good question. Why is there a massive Zippo logo on the stream?
I'm just ready
to the site. There's so much pressure on Thief, though.
I'm ready to go unhinged now. Light coming out, the peek out. Oh, when the sound comes back, 3 versus 1, and now Will could only get 1 towards the A choke. And M80 continues to hold a pretty good defensive line.
All right, time to lock in. Also, I think I might have been wrong.
No, there's normally an overlay.
You were right,
kind of a frustrating, huh?
I'm starting to lose confidence as they call the timeout.
There's normally an overlay.
Down 5-2.
It's just probably down. Like whatever they use is like not working clearly. I'll actually show you. Because I actually had to learn about this shit when my tournament happened. So it's this shit. It's barracks. Wow, yeah, the site's down. So that explains everything. Oh no, never mind. Okay. Yeah, but you can like see here, like this is how they're. I want to say like all of the UI and HUD stuff goes through them. In CS, it's a little different because there's an open API. So like anyone could do this, but in Valorant it's a little different. So they have someone make it, and if like wherever that company is, I don't know how it works, but yeah, like the points of failure. It seems like there's a lot more points of failure in this system compared to Counter-Strike. That's how I see it. So, I mean, it's a solution for sure. I don't think it's like a huge problem, but there's a lot of points of failure compared to the CS one.
That's crazy.
All right, no, but we'll dial it in right now. Let's lock into the game.
Lock in.
Yes, Daz had some fucking. It is nice to have a consistent HUD. I'm not gonna lie, it's nice. Even if it's like not a good one sometimes. Oh wow.
Old school camera to look towards the front B side if there's going to be any type of pushes for a late hit, and you're scouting for info in the mid round here, Wyatt.
Drone into B, but net with the spam. Catches the first on to Will. They are just on an eco around here. Penny has used the knives, but Koala. I mean, this is some
YFP just
stuff, man.
getting shut down
Koala
everywhere.
Playing Jet on Haven, taking these aggressive angles with the operator. Not that that was an aggressive angle, but rather, you know, just taking these swings with the op. So confident from him.
Ooh,
so
dude, Xander is multi-kills.
As well. He has been such a standout player in all of challengers this year. He's right at the top of the, you know, of this, all of the stats actually in stage 1. It's like him and
Chat, I was watching
the two that were up there.
I was watching the presidential debate, and I was like, I wonder what agent these two have made. And I came to the conclusion, I think Biden is like a breach man, and Trump is like a chamberman.
Switching it around. Net's the one opening it towards C, so they can add some early pressure out towards this A side.
This ain't chamber patch. This ain't chamber patch, and breach do be fault line in the teammates.
Answers right back, a 2-for-2, and that will now be a stalemate on the A site, and it's up to the
breach do be ult in the team. You know, like it's not good for either of them. That's what I'm saying.
YFP aware that the
I really thought it through.
Work towards A, and because of that, they're going to try to work into C.
Trump on Neon just keeps stunning.
Get this space for free. Net going to opt to play.
That's fair too.
More passively, wait for his teammates to
they're
get
both
there.
they're both into. That's for sure.
M80. All three of them. First, that Hunter's Fury is going to deny the plant.
Why did I take us back to this
round?
realm? Backing out.
Now if they want the Rolling Thunder to get back in from Nismo. Looks like he's lining it up, and there it goes.
Oh, and it's gonna
fucking Cloudburst sails in like that's gonna do anything.
Penny's still not affected as he's holding that front side.
Nice shot.
Across, allowing the gap for BZJ to open it up on the
drone 2 shots. It's hard to use drone here.
Shock dart landing right at the feet of Jakey, who's down at 64.
Ooh,
the wide swing out,
that's a big win.
Does get the pick.
A lot of money still for M80.
On the logs, and they don't want to pick up the op at the end of the round.
What a 3-on-3 to win from them. They get 2 ultimates out, the Rolling Thunder and Hunter's Fury at that from M80, and get the round on top of it. That fight towards A was fantastic. Really great round.
Yeah, it's
certainly a chance.
I wasn't really sure like which way I was gonna vote, and then when I learned that Biden was like what a 6 handicap or something, like
those round wins, so they're gonna be able to buy up at least these next 2. I think actually all 3 rounds, no matter what.
That was big.
And it's been control once again for YFP.
I fucking love gold.
Like, they're also playing against a composition
that was so ridiculous. So fucking ridiculous. Oh, bad P. But also a nice one. Playing like in this little spot here with someone long, so you can kind of pivot between the angs. Super solid. Great setup.
But not quicker on the trigger. That forces Physic off the plant on the spike on the C side.
Holy fuck.
Even pushes them out, allowing Noob to activate.
This is just such an outplay this round.
Trying to keep the dream alive, but Xander once again, the man of the hour for M80, allows here the defensive side to take the lead by 4.
Do I think politics should not be a topic of video game stream? No, I think you can talk about whatever the fuck you want. It's just, I just know how like divisive it is as a topic, and it's just not even worth it.
Sort of slow walk around the map like that when you're dealing with an op and koala noob
is not even worth it.
Extremely tough.
So it's not
really well
like
played from those two anchors, and that
if that's what you can talk about whatever you want.
Was on the line
just like,
there. It's shattered.
I don't know. I just don't like looking over at chat and seeing like people in bad moods. You know, like I find chat is in a really good mood normally, so I try to keep it up out of the stream because I find that when people talk about those things, they get all heated, and rightfully so. It's important issues.
They hear a rifle of Penny, and they cannot for now. The crossfire set up from Sewers and on top of him.
I don't think anyone's multi here. Yeah. I'm just answering someone's question.
And man, they had no chance to even activate for a plant inside the A site for YFP. And now you're going to the last round of the half where you mentioned that the economy is so good for the defensive side to even buy up to this moment.
No, I know you're not saying that, so
absolutely. M80 right now dominating YFP, who have been really fantastic so far in this stage.
Yeah, M80 looks great here. They have a lot of fresh ideas. Good little positioning setups. We have a Chad aggressing mid here.
We were talking about how this team hasn't
probably a nice fault line.
Max potential, haven't met the
on
expectations
contact,
yet.
I guess.
A strong win here would be that.
Ooh.
And once again, siphoning out the operator, this time in the hands of Xander, so it could lock down the A site, and they could try to create some sort of trap play in front of the B site, and that's both duelists down on both ends, but health advantage for M80.
Good play.
Ooh, swing from net, trying to catch Physic, who is back on the cross, forced out of the drone from Nismo's aftershock. This is good info from YFP. They're going to try to burst into the B site while it's unmanned.
Xander has his blind.
He still wants to swing with the timing, but
no one can play off of it though.
Steals that kill away now.
It would have been a crazy blind if anyone was like ready to swing, you know, but they don't have that player.
And look at this, Wyatt. Xander has the Omen ult. This is going to be the best ult ever. Look at him back towards the C-Link, meeting up with Net with the ult. Now picking up
should probably blind backside.
As he smokes towards the A-Link, so they
dude,
can focus on
they're in trouble now.
For them to get the first pick up to YFP. There goes the paranoia in the back.
Oh god.
There's that second kill from Xander. Looking back in the back here is dancing with Will. The third in the round and just retakes the round on his own. Jakey trying to run a time on his side. Up solo with this Omen. Finally the call comes out. He jumps on the top. Xander is waiting for him, but there's a diffuser. He's
no, dude. Ah, that was so insane too. Bro. Ah. What a retake.
Just a series of fantastic decisions from Xander. 21-6 on the half. TP'd over to help.
Like I saw it happening. The second Xander got this kill, like when he ulted over here, they tried to be proactive, right? Because they kind of foresaw what was happening. They heard like the ult and they envisioned, you know, the Omen blind probably cutting through. So they tried to get ahead of it. But once he got that kill, holy fuck. It was just so obvious they were about to win that round.
This is ridiculous.
He played it perfectly though. 21-6.
M80 look excellent right now, on the verge of what would be
the most
dominant map win in stage 2, no doubt.
He heard you when he said the Omen ult was useless. And gets great value for the retake now for M80, and definitely here is putting M80 back on that map of being that main contender for the top.
Got the full retake set up over on C. We have the cam that can hold both.
As they're trying to head into the playoffs with a convincing win against YFP today. Owl drone to allow the initiation of
B here.
to take control of Garage. And they'll soon be met up here by an open C site. Although
Can he get value? Get spotted out.
Oh,
Stun is fantastic.
he went into the stun thinking he'd get one.
They're
gonna push him. Here we go. They're looking for the one.
And they flip the map across. M80 now
Great util. Holy shit, Thief was fucking so blind.
BCJ also gets the plant for spawn. Paranoia does hit one close range. There's Wollenoob trying to help out, but the recon dart allows here Will to get the
Who's that? Physic low?
Back to the advantage on players for YFP. Penny trying to pinch.
Oh my god.
He does so with the 3K in the
I think Penny was like 3-11 before that round, right? Welcome to the fucking game. Holy shit.
On those shots, lovely from Penny. Frankly, a lot of decisions from both teams in that round that I really like. The spawn push here from N.
I don't know, was it double?
They should flip
I saw like 3-11, I think.
all of that information when he
Yeah,
dude,
that's crazy.
All that util BCJ
They were shutting him down in that first half.
Flash.
Okay, that was.
Back there to get that kill.
I still think they need like bonus probably though.
But then YP just
right?
flooding back in from the front side.
I can't be a believer until I get that bonus.
Perfect timing to swing around default. Lovely from him. Goes without saying that that was a must-win pistol round for
That's
YFP
a short dart.
want to make this
It lands like on that little piece of wood.
Well,
oh, what a setup.
And even a trip is perfect, and somehow Wollenoob still gets the pick before Will answers back. But yeah, they'll cycle the util across.
Jake's playing pretty well.
Weapons too for YFP, looking pretty good.
If Penny comes online,
it definitely look for
Jake's playing well.
Trying to
it's doable.
A player out in the open.
Down mid.
But they did not have the weaponry to help.
His name is Penny, but he's a dime. Jesus Christ.
Going down. They want to make sure, because of the cushion that they have here so far in this game, in terms of rounds, they want to make sure they have the best weapons going into the third round of the second half.
This is a small detail that I couldn't see, but I wish that I could know if Jake's bulldog fell on top and isn't retrievable, or if it did fall down and someone was able to get it. Like,
it looks like it.
Did he pick that up? I didn't notice, but I'm curious. Xander just wanders on over to A.
Left.
Now he's been really good in this game, but surely he can't win a 1v4 with a
yeah, it's pretty rough, right? That's the same category, huh? Xander and Jay.
Especially when you're at the camera close.
It's like this, literally the same type player.
Rest in peace.
I was feeling it though.
Nation.
At least the first one onto Physic where he would
I have been in the nation of Poland for quite a bit of my life.
With the Sheriff Eco here from Xander. So a defuse comes in, YP. They'll have a pretty decent bonus round as they only lost one player in the process in Jakey against the
yeah, there's a lot of Poland majors, yeah. I am Katowice.
Hold on. Bulldog status. Let's find out.
And then we boot camped in Katowice for like I boot camped in Katowice for
I got the Bulldog back because of that.
And then there's Krakow.
I was so locked in on that.
Dude, I've spent months and months in Poland. Let's put it that way. Months and months. I would say half a year of my life has been spent in Poland. That like purple cabbage dish is so good. It's like a meat dish with like purple cabbage. I don't know if I can remember the name. It's obviously in Polish.
Middle on lock. So they could play the other players more leaned in towards the C side. I mean, yes, it doesn't really look that there's players inside the site to help out Physic, but they have.
Oh shit! Oh my god, this pathing! Oh fuck, that was crazy, dude! Oh my god, that was so sick. 3v3 still though. Still winnable. Trip for hell too. Oh my god, that's too much.
Does get a pop through the wall, but Nismo is still better with aim. Headshot there with the Vandal. Spike planted now for M80 at the default spot. And you're playing a little bit further back. Net just got hit by the Outlaw, so he's down to 10 HP. This gives a chance now for YFP to
guys.
circle back. It's only up to
Oh my
Nismo,
god, the
it's gonna
GOAT
be across,
TP.
And now the smoke
Holy fuck.
to keep Nismo at bay.
What?
Full line just about ready.
It's
And
a
he's
good
just
full
waiting
line.
for the tap. Now trying to swing it on top of it.
No, Penny, no.
Penny, and it's down to a 1v1. Smoke then comes up, and a walkout from Jakey. Understood by
Oh,
Nismo.
bro. Nismo's the GOAT. He's so good.
Clutch from Nismo.
Man, he's so good.
I read them like a book there. Those final two players was so prepared.
Holy shit, the cross. crosshair placement for those kills and like how he peeked into them, and that entry from Koala. God damn, what a round! That's like, obviously they had a good exec and everything, but this is like also great players playing within the good exec.
Nismo not able to swing for BCJ.
Different short. Man, different short darts.
1v2.
I like that.
And you definitely see it here, the amount of spike plants that you had for M80 and keeping the classics in that second round allows for them to still have a pretty decent buy after you get a round win with another spike plant for the third round of the half for M80. So they're not out it where they have
pickled cabbage. Ah, yeah, that's what it is.
Shields here and there, but at least they have the rifles to work against YFP.
Enemy tag.
Operator in the hands of Penny. Will be taking care of A long. YFP have just opted for 2 players to anchor the extremity sights while Physic just plays for some passive information towards B. And the pressure here will be applied.
No aftershock for keep an eye on the shocks. This is potentially nutty. Oh no. Oh fuck. Oh god. Oh, perfect timing. Oh my god, no, he wasn't ready for it because it was so good.
This time no fake checks.
No.
Through the net,
it's over.
Inside the B site. And does catch rotators, allowing M80.
Totally understandable he wasn't ready for that. How could you possibly be ready that quick?
Right after that.
He didn't think it was possible.
Yeah, just no other option there. That was a really rough timing for Jake to try and walk down C-Long. You know, had they maintained that crossfire, maybe things could have gone differently, but getting antsy where YFP with them.
It was literally probably the moment he let his guard down, actually.
You know, and Net found the B site totally exposed, took advantage of that as well.
Scanning ahead.
My old stomping grounds, where was that at?
It is definitely YFP playing a little bit more passively and just trying to hope that util and react off that, and that hopefully M80 is just going to walk into the crosshair.
Honestly, took me a second.
Definitely, as you've mentioned, here, Wyatt, with Net being able to slip in towards this B site and a walk contact all along. And that's a call here from M80 because they put that turret down in front of the boxes and realized that nobody was really pushing for control in front of the B site and garage. So it kind of gives you an idea here that
I feel like
is
that is pretty much going to do it, right? Jake has this all. Penny has Blaze Storm. Obviously, if they lose this, it's officially done. So
Op carried over, which is actually going to be thrown to Jake because Penny has
so they got the Op on like the deep line. They got the Jet Blade Storm also holding.
Well, he is going to attempt a silent.
He's kind of just floating.
Just going to play into the cubby. So if they go,
I don't know if Will started with no flashes.
Setup where Jake can take contact, Penny could fight forward.
Right there.
I think they should force, yeah. I hate giving teams 12.
Trying to spam towards the front of the B site. You see the Aldrone towards A, so it is a commitment.
I think this is like a risk they have to make.
Towards this front B site and potentially A side. So what's the reaction from YFP? Is to anchor up 2 players inside this B site.
Big fight here for Penny.
Down.
Oh god.
Will he trigger this alarm bot though? No, going to get into the corner.
There we go.
It'll
still be cleared. Dude, M80's too good.
Surely
They're
they
gonna
clear this, right?
They do.
Oh my god, he's sad and oh
god. Do it easily on top of that, and even got the pick there inside the garage onto Jakey. So those players trying to hold the Blade Storm on the C side.
Bro.
Discovered, taken down, and there's a possibility to salvage.
There's just like never a chance. Like the round's just over on the first 2 engagements.
12 to 5 deficit for YFP.
Clean first bloods. Not a singular HP point lost. God damn.
We really think you're in a position to be able to waste the economy and fight against the exits of M80 because they have their economy built up.
Yeah, no option but a save.
Jamie's.
And M80 can go for a little
Is Jamie still playing?
If they want to. They are on the cusp of such a dominant map win against a team YFP that have stepped up to such a high level in stage 2. If M80 can close this out here, if they can, you know, win this 2-0 or even
YFP needs to fight something early.
At this point,
Yeah, and like kind of like play off of the Cypher setup again, kind of like what they did
More
Pistol.
excited about this team. It's
Probably
been
right.
slow for them in
Like a little
2024.
early
I think
skirmish, like
everyone
kind of lighten the
expected
hit.
them to be swinging out the gate, but they just haven't. They've been in that top tier, but you know,
I don't
you're
know.
expecting them to be contesting for not just in the top tier.
M80 is
but
kind
to
of doing a really
win
good job of like absorbing the aggressions and then doing a great job of like clearing this like middle ground and shit when they re-hit something. And now they're just going to completely change pace. 12-5.
Seaside fast, and they're going to have it for free. It could be a
Does anyone hit this trip? The Cypher could capitalize.
Close this game out or keep
Ooh.
YFP in it.
The trip's still up.
Lucky first from Jake.
Trip's still up. Ooh, it could happen.
A chance here to fight back.
I don't think anyone's heard it yet. No one's close enough.
The thing is, they don't have
Ooh, it could
all.
happen.
They lost it on that previous round with Thief got picked off. But here comes a Hunter's Fury from BCJ. It
Oh,
does get a
God.
ping onto one and onto a second
That hurt.
one. No kills on that second one, but look at the damage coming through. Thief and Physic, 8-1 beam. Paranoia answered back. Dismal gets caught by it on the top of the platform. Labor shot, but Sander gets the pick. Could get the other
What a
one.
retake.
And a chance to fight back for BCJ, but it will not happen.
Jake is playing
And
so
all that
well.
luck in the favor of YFP, where their RNG of the burst shots did not come in favor of M80.
No, not at all. Nismo getting caught forward there. Jake places that, you know, smoke when you're entering from the site towards that back right box. Just,
Yeah.
you know, nullifies some of those angles where someone
I think
can
Fluffy's
Nismo
just in like a
is
different
fully
tier right
blinded.
now.
And that's a great way to burst back into the site.
What went
Obviously
wrong
gets
with
that
Nitro?
first spam kill as well, which helps quite a bit.
Oh, you like the
The
retake
to
smoke?
stay
Yeah.
in the game, but
The
they're
one
going to need
backside.
to obviously do a whole
Yeah, that's
lot
pretty
more
nice.
advanced silly. I'm not a believer yet.
It's hard to
I
say.
mean, I mean, no one should be. But listen, I'll
And
let
there's
YFP,
also, like-
you know, we'll see if we can get to believer status. But we're gonna need several more rounds first.
At least they're trying with the economy that's available for quality with the.
I don't know. Maybe it was just like too much on his plate, and also he had to like make up for shit that he missed in the meta, you know, because he was playing CS for a while, so he has to play catch up while having like a kid and stuff. That's probably really hard.
And also the Rolling Thunder available for the pulse
Like-
plant to run that clock down in their
And
favor.
it's
as
probably very
MTV
hard, and it
wants it to
also
an
probably
open
could be
site.
very frustrating. I would imagine. I don't know.
Full retake here from YFP. They gave this site up. It's gonna come down to another one. Wow, cool.
Wow.
Aggression punish.
Oh my god. What is happening for M80 here? It's a clown fiesta.
For YFP on their positioning.
What the
No
fuck?
opportunities to run anything at all in the delay of the post plan, as you saw that flood retake utility.
Yo, what's good, Chris?
For YFP.
Yo, thanks for sending the
And now
jersey
they
and
have the
stuff. I
Rolling
actually
Thunder
put it
on
right
top
here.
of that on Will, which allows for them to
I opened that shit
really
yesterday,
go into
actually.
a chess match in this round number 19.
Nicely done.
What's
Two
up,
full
Shane?
retakes from them that have looked really
That was the
clean.
goat.
I mean, we cannot forget that YFP, they did just play this map last week and won 13-4 against Dobros. That was a dominant win. So there are no slouches here. And in those set
Really?
moments,
Penny's
they
there?
look quite
Wait, does Penny
good.
live in Toronto?
But with that first half,
Sorry,
of that attack
Toronto.
side being so rough, even a strong defense, it's kind of like what we saw in that Lotus game just in the previous one, where Dobros started looking good on defense, but it was too little too late because they got blown
Sorry.
out in the first half.
Sorry.
And YP still have
I didn't know that.
so
Wow.
much to do here.
Oh yeah, wait, let's see.
But at least
There he is. Like, dude, last person I find actually. What the hell?
Is that you forced out
Okay.
the first time out of
Chat,
the
he's
80. A team that
is that?
looked like they had full control
That's
of
not the
this
room
game
I was
so
in
far.
though,
I'm
huh?
starting to see
He's in one of the
that
small
these
ones.
post plant scenarios are starting to slip on how M80's trying to play around these post plants. The attempt on C, the attempt of A. We haven't seen too much from M80 towards
That's
this
sick.
site where it could actually be very, very good to use as a post plant opportunity, especially with the Rolling Thunder available.
He had a
for
really
Nismo.
rough first half. Looks like he's
All will
settling
have to
in
be
now.
for how
That kind of
YFP
explains it though.
react now to
He's
still
playing
this
in like a
ultimate
different spot.
available for Nismo,
First half
and
kind of looked
also the
weird.
economy available. Thankfully,
Looks like it's warmed
at
up
least
now.
here, Wyatt, the op did go back in the favor of YFP, back in the hands of Penny, who was trying to look for a garage.
Why is everyone typing Toronto? Wait, it has its own
Towards that
emote?
here for M80.
What is
John
it?
goes
I
down
don't even know what
short,
that
not
is.
Going to spot anything. Jake
That's
and
a
Thief are
wild comment.
entrenched
Great.
close into this site. Those anchors are going to have to do some serious work. Will is going to have
Rolling
a
Thunder.
great timing with this Rolling Thunder, though.
Just off the camera too, but unfortunately he didn't let it go.
Oh my god, there's been some
There's that hit.
Oh my god. It was like a fucking piece of popcorn that was like popping, dude. Like
And they realize here now for YFP that they've done their due diligence and have held the first wave attempting to hit this A site. M80 just got spotted here by Jakey. TP's away, and they realize now that M80 is just looking for the re-hit this time. All three of them potentially around this rolling thunder.
And they have no
all
smoke,
short.
So Penny should be able
all
to
short.
One free kill here.
Oh, they tried to go for the kill, then fault line. Ooh, that was a hit. Wait a second. Wait a second, chat. Oh. Holy! Wait, he's gotta break it. You gotta break it, bro. Fuck breaking it. Hands out for YFB, bro. What the fuck? Yo, imagine they take this to OT with that play. Holy fuck.
And another retake successful by YFP.
Wow.
That was nasty from Penny. What a hero in that situation.
Hey, he actually had the call at hands. Dude, that's actually the call at hands.
Net who had just planted that spike with the close range. I mean, if he loses that, it is...
Wow, what a play, man. I didn't know he knew for sure he was still there. I mean, I knew he saw him go there a while back.
We're getting close. We're getting close. Physic is just a couple orbs off the Hunter's
Oh, for
Fury
sure,
coming
fine.
into this round.
What?
And
They look like they might be the best.
Penny holding the line with the operator.
Might be like the best team right
There's
now.
gonna be some contention,
Crazy.
though.
They're looking fantastic.
Felt like he was trying to updraft on top of the boxes, but missed.
Alright, still cam first contact. Got the kill trips out.
And Will is going to be under
Omen's second contact.
Looks like hearing the audio cues.
Okay, trying to bait an ult. No, no ult.
Big fight in window.
Wait, what's happening,
Can Nismo
BCJ?
get at least one here? Physical
Why did
wow,
BCJ
takes him
take so
down.
long to plant?
Nismo not quick enough on the trigger for that. And now we're into a
They have so much time.
retake. These big retakes have been great for YFP so far.
So many rounds ago, Nismo was on point with
Timey,
how he read
timey,
that one
timey.
versus two.
Oh,
And now that
no.
plane from behind, they'll visit one extra jump too many. Now close range battle and not backstab.
Dude, man, silly lad.
TP now coming out from Jakey.
Oh, she doesn't see anyone. Okay, he does see him.
Sticking it now.
Nice shot.
First the gong, who gets
Holy
hit by the top
fuck.
line, which allows Steve to get the kill onto
Excuse me?
BCJ. Unstunned. The second kill onto Will. It's up to
They got it.
versus one. There's not enough time on that spike, but he does
Wait.
get the kill on
He's
Jakey from
YFP.
center. And will there be enough time for the
No
defuse?
shot.
Now for YFP, and are you now into belief?
Wow.
I'm starting to believe.
I'm actually no weighing right now. I'm actually no weighing. Like that went. No, I was no weighing two different directions in one round.
You know, listen, he's the IGL for the team. He's not always the one stepping up individually.
Man, I don't know how Qual got those 2 kills.
Was as high impact as a kill you can get in Valorant. To have that 5v4, but not just a 5v4 in the retake, but a 5v4.
I was lost in
all
it.
Of M80
Exactly.
You know, encircled
Don't worry.
in that
Yeah, the
site.
classic Challengers Thrifty coming in. That's a hit. That's a hit.
He does get that shot off on the
What?
wall, and not a kill, but 100 damage dealt.
44 left on him, and the Owl Drone's about to try
Nice
to
little
clear inside
Hunsky.
Garage, and you definitely do see Penny. He wants more, and he's locking it down.
Wait,
And
this
it
is a
almost
crazy
feels like
lyric.
this player
Chat.
potentially
Whoa,
trying to
whoa,
use the
whoa, whoa,
Owl
whoa,
Drone
whoa,
to
whoa,
sell
whoa,
that
whoa,
big
whoa,
force to everybody
whoa,
else is walking
whoa,
towards A, the
whoa.
biggest
They're gonna
play.
let him make a play. They're not
Xander
crossing the line.
through this
Oh
A site.
no.
It's not being watched here by Physic.
Physic is
Oh
in trouble if he makes
no.
noise here at
Oh
long, and he does. He's
no.
going to get caught by Xander. Really
No.
haphazard setup from YFP,
No.
and it gives M80 such an opening to close the game. Nismo still has that rolling thunder. He's been maintaining it for a few rounds, and that could be the linchpin of a 13th round of a game end. M80
No
taking their map
lurks.
pick haven.
This is what the ult.
Penny now activating the Blade Storm 2, trying to watch that flank. No lurks coming this time around from Nets.
Blind from
Signature move that he
Xander. It's
does
gonna be.
here
Ooh,
in
wait,
game
he
of
got past the
Valorant.
blind?
There comes the
No, he didn't get out.
delays of utility out from them on the pulse blind, and they have to activate very quickly for YFP.
Oh
Remember
my
that
God,
rolling
there's
thunder
no
is still
time,
available
bro.
for Nismo. There it goes again, unleashed, and it does get
What?
but Jake still
He shorted the long guy.
Nah.
Nah.
There's that first and
Really
second
not,
kill.
chat.
It's back to a 2 versus 2. The flash on the top.
NT, dude. Close game. Honestly, it ended up being pretty good.
I mean, some life for YFP at the end there, but it just came down to M80's first half being so good. An insurmountable comeback, or rather insurmountable lead, a comeback that couldn't be made just down 9-3 like that. Koala Noob did great work with the operator in the first half, but the story of that game, this player of that game was Xander, no doubt. I mean, he was just way too good. He was 21-6 to end the first half. I mean, how are you supposed to win when someone is taking over the game in that fashion?
Was the Mander.
Side of YFP, when they actually took the defensive side, yes, 9-3 was
Let me read this book now,
a
chat.
little bit too much for them to try to bring that comeback in that game, but you definitely
Where do Pirates get their hooks?
Immediate center just popping off here with this flank side who's able to
Second-hand
get.
stores.
YFP, they're showing some light now, knowing that they can play some good teamwork to play the defensive side, and hopefully that will carry over where they could potentially bring this into a third map. Ascent is coming up after the break.
What the fuck? That's actually not a cool joke. The fuck? What do you call a fake noodle? An impasta. Banger. What do you call a pencil without a head? Pointless? I get it, but that's a terrible one. I hate autocorrect. I hate autocorrect. I can't stand it. Man, these aren't good. I'm like actually getting nervous here. I'm losing it. I'm losing you guys. Hold up. I can't find any good ones. Ooh. Ooh, wow. I actually haven't seen this way. Why did the 9-year-old stomach ache? He overate. Banger. Banger. Actually, wait. Yo. Overate? Come on now. Come on now. Tough crowd today. Tough crowd. Wow. Tough crowd. Let me go in. I got more. Wait. Hold up. Wait a second. I actually don't understand this one. Hold up. Oh, I got it. Damn. Okay. What has a bottom at the top? Jesus, I can't believe I'm saying what I didn't get. Chat. What has a bottom at the top? Legs. Dude, it took me a second for that one. I'm not gonna lie. I was staring at it like, huh? Okay, this is good. What did the baby corn say to the mama corn? Yo, this is too good, actually. Where's popcorn? That's so good. That is so good. Popcorn? Yo, okay. You guys are gonna use that. You guys are gonna use that one. That's a good one. That's actually a good one. Okay. Someone's gonna use that one. Someone's gonna use that one. Oh, it's actually good. I don't think I'm allowed to do that one. That was a good one. What did the sink tell the toilet? 9 people in chat will type skibbity. The correct answer, though, you look flushed. That's the answer. It's a banger. I'm done. Honestly, I don't blame you, Akaroot. That's a banger. has to be R. It has to be R. Wait, this is too easy. This is too easy. Dr. Gritty Fart. It was C all along? No, it couldn't have been C, dude. Wow, they had us in the first half. I'm not gonna lie, I think everyone would think R. Kind of a banger. I feel like you can go either way. Actually, I haven't even gotten to play it yet. Fine. Anyone got it, an emulator that I can download so I can play Valorant console on my PC with mouse and keyboard? That would be so fucking funny. Dude, I'd imagine that's not allowed. Just to run a PS5 emulator on my PC. Call myself a console Valorant professional. I'm just out here melting people using controllers on my keyboard and mouse. It's just, I have auto aim and I have a mouse. What's stopping me at this point? No, actually I haven't gotten to play it yet. I was watching some people play it though. I know. I got very unlucky with the day because it was during Shanghai and I just like couldn't make it because of Costream. But Riot is literally goated and they sent me the controller anyway, which is like, that's like, I was so grateful when I saw that. That controller is so cool. Where's that? Is it on my tape? Wait a second. Where did it go? I think I put it back in the case.
M80, they show us why they wanted to play this map of Haven as they take the win.
Dude, this thing is fire.
Against YFP. Welcome back,
Look at this shot.
Where we're witnessing maybe potentially the actual we're so bad for M80. This could be it. Wyatt,
it's like Killjoy out.
I don't know if you're disagreeing with me or what's going on here.
It's pretty cool, right?
No, I agree.
I feel like I'm like obligated to
something
like
to do with Vince
buy it and play it.
I can't even remember.
It is a wingman, yeah.
It was something Vance did. No, you're right.
Wait, can you actually see?
This could be the M80.
I have it, so that way
now,
Dan the Penguin has a Karambit Slaughter from Counter-Strike, and he's fucking putting it right in Wingman's stomach right there. Like, oh, I can't see it though, really. But it's happening. It is happening.
If they take this, if it continues being close, I mean, listen, M80 have been impressive so far, though, no doubt. If they can just 2-0 this thing out, I think we're going to be looking at them in a different way moving forward. I think this is going to be their, maybe their peak so far this year. If they can just 2-0 a quality YFP right out of the game.
I gotta say, every time I was watching Ned's camera, it was just shaking like crazy. I can't believe he was playing under those conditions. But I mean, a great job on the side of M80.
Dude, Jesus Christ. I'm convinced it's staged at this point. That's not possible. In challengers, nah.
What was it, 3-4 rounds? That YFP were winning, they were finally able to close it out of Vance.
And the first kills line up with the rounds. Not buying it.
Again. So it definitely shows here for YFP that
Not buying it.
You know, a solid plan on how they could play against M80 at that point on these retake
It's
capabilities
too clean.
that they had with this composition.
You know?
It just came down to their
They didn't
attack
even
side
like
where it's not necessarily
like
just
muck it
one
up
player
at all.
just popping
They
off.
kept it
Yes,
very
games
clean.
Maybe the highlight reel around
Too
Xander
clean.
playing on their defensive side.
What?
But
Yeah, I've heard
a
all
lot of
over
these
this.
players from M80 really stepped up to the plate now on in terms of just having their individual holds where they need to hold so that Xander could pop off the way that he can.
And it's amazing because Xander is such a consistent player. We're used to seeing this guy get those multi-kills so many of the rounds that the M80 have to play. And today, at least for this map of Haven, he was absolutely the highlight. Went 26 and 14. And I mean, you get to see the elements at the top, which is great. Something that we don't see very often, Wyatt, but I think the impact that Xander has on this team, it's something that we've seen for such a long time.
Yeah, he crushed them totally.
Yep.
In the first half. Like, the first half was just, he was 21 and 6. I mean, he kind of slowed down in the second half, but it didn't matter. I mean, he could have just gone and cooked dinner and didn't have to, I mean, he doesn't have to show up for the rest of that map. Like, he did enough. The rest of y'all win this game out for me. Thank you later.
Hey, if anything, if you look on the other end, though, Jakey also had some great moments on this Omen on the defensive side too. Like the TP in front of that of the top B side to get some information. He had some great moments too where he's able to move in with the team and get heroic plays. Remember that rolling thunder round as well towards that A side. He gets contact, TPs away, delays enough as well so that his team could really move in and get great value on the defensive side. So this is actually really nice to see YFP finding like a groove against a top team like M80 going forward in the end of that first map. So again, I'm hoping that this carries over onto that second map of Ascent, and we could definitely expect a third map if this continues on the performances of YFP that they carried over from the end of that second half.
Especially because with the compositions that we saw on that map of Haven, when we go into Ascent, a lot of these are gonna stay the same. A lot of the players playing the Jet are gonna keep playing the Jet, the players playing the Sova are gonna keep playing the Sova. A lot of the things stay the same, so it falls down a little bit more into the way that the map is gonna play on that defensive side. This is the map pick for YFP, but obviously it's an M80 that wants to go on that defensive side. And honestly, with the way that they played this first half of Haven, I feel like this can be a 2-0 for M80, Wyatt.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. Their Ascent has looked really good. It was I think a bold choice for YFP to take things here. But that being said, they have been excellent on Ascent too. They're running the Turtle Troop comp.
All right, time to watch the based Ascent comp.
Pseudo Turtle Troop comp, but they
ready?
have the Yoru instead of the Jet, and then they also still have that.
Russian took all the energy.
Shown to be an incredibly potent.
No, this isn't
Ascent.
Ascent anymore.
It took a bit of time for people to figure
Deadlock
out how
exists
to work
now.
her into the current meta, but I think she's incredibly strong, and both of these teams have shown a solid understanding of how to really use her in optimal fashion.
Oh yeah, you're totally right about the Yoru. That one is, I think of M80, and Yoru does not come to mind. And then you said it, and I just had all the flashbacks of everything that we've seen with the Yoru.
Yes.
Oh yeah, they're really running this, and they're getting away with it. They played it against Fluffy Aimers, as you mentioned, and it looks good, fans.
Yeah, and just to mention Fluffy Aimers on that previous series that we casted, when they played this double Sentinels, where it was tough there was on their attack side too. And this is where you're actually seeing the team of YP playing on the attack first with the double Sentinel, so we'll have to see how that carries over.
Wait, Wyatt used to be a Deadlock
see
hater?
What's going to happen? Let's jump into the
I didn't
Zippo
know
Agent
this.
Select. Let's see if the compositions here with everything that we talked about
Let's
are
go!
the same.
Let's fucking go!
Playing this Yoru, they're still playing this double Sentinel as well, with Nismo on the Deadlock. So once again,
Sorry, I wanted to drop that light.
which is pretty rare for the second time we had the Deadlock versus Deadlock going against each other. Now in a new map, we're gonna see if M80 are able to take this 2-0, if YFP can answer back in their map pick. Casters, take it away.
And this is actually quite fun to look at this here, Wyatt, because yes, double Deadlock, and what happened last time to counter Deadlocks, double walls, it's an omen, and they both have it here for Xander and Jake. And I feel that this is actually quite good here for Qualoob and Xander, that they could maybe try to do that type of combination and get.
I don't think we've ever seen it go against each other, right? Like, we've never seen like the Cypher Deadlock go against the Cypher Deadlock. I don't think we've seen this yet. Anyone in chat remember this? I don't remember it. I think every time I've seen a Deadlock, it's like the other team is doing something different. Like, even if I've seen double deadlocks, like one team has like solo deadlock in the Senti role, you know? This is gonna be sick.
Rotations, having Koala Noob pressure one area of the map early on, you know, maybe fight B main and then TP towards A, or you know, sometimes towards Catwalk even, where they go for a split onto the A side. But they're going to be starting on defense.
Mid trap.
Play around the gate crashes.
Real big mid trap.
Typically,
probably a wall here.
You play on one
Cam
side,
for early info.
You TP back.
Wow, that's actually so crazy.
Aggro cat here, and he has
so they had a cam
back into
with a wall off the cam.
For his sake, hopefully.
Look at this shit.
Kill trying to. Just gonna fall off. Doesn't need to teleport, and a little early damage onto Physic.
Yeah, that's right.
Spot the mid play.
No raid bosses through as well, so he bought his own sheriff and was no shield trying to peek out. So high risk, medium reward. You still get one more sheriff shot in the chest of Physic, and that's going to take him down. Where it definitely does seem that YFP are looking to still contest towards this A side, where it's definitely weaker for M80 rather.
Yeah, they've left the Cypher, the Yoru here, Koala Noob, to play off of the tripwires because the barrier mesh from Nismo was blocking off B main.
That's 15.
And now you can see more of a rotation drawn to this site from M80. So YFP there.
So just gonna contact this shit.
Quite slowly. They're gonna try
they can't just. We're gonna see a lot of this. A lot of like contacty type plays because of all the trips.
Here, or circle back into the A split with Penny towards A.
Comes down to the util too. Meanwhile, you did see the damage that Penny with his own sheriff did.
What? How is that not a kill for Penny? Oh, what the hell? Dude. I feel like
4-player advantage against 3 of them. Idiot's Physics able to even it
3 on 3.
Swarming towards the A side as
there we go.
There's not enough time on the clock.
1 on 3.
I
feel like YFP should have won this round 8 ways.
Players were just so weak. It only required one of those bullets from the Ghost to connect to Physic, but the shots were just a little bit too high.
Oh my god, I haven't
these players
seen
still
that.
are weak though. Nismo might be able to make this happen. Just one little bullet onto Physic. Knows his location, knows he's weak.
Trying to play back inside.
I haven't seen that since I lived in like Wisconsin.
Does have an opportunity here as that second shot. I mean, that util is
just
too
good,
good for
actually.
YFP to know where Nismo's committed towards to. He's gonna have to drop down here to the
Wait, he double dinked him. Dude.
Oh my god. That was
what?
Almost some right-click magic. Oh my god, that was damn close to a ridiculous.
Wait, why is everyone in chat saying
hawk
shit?
Sensor there just spoiled Penny's plans, but it didn't end up mattering. Excuse me.
I would have bought like 6 Sentinels Classic for somebody to give away them happen.
All right, YFP.
I was like, I thought maybe like Van said something.
After losing map 1, that was M80's pick on to Haven. This is theirs.
Okay, so they send the TP going all the way spawn. I think it'll turn the corner.
Both teams have.
No, it's stop.
And YFP is able to score first on that one, giving them that confidence to.
B site very weak, obviously, for the eco.
And already with that confidence,
let's see what the reaction is once Will spots us.
Vandal on the hands of Penny while Will is watching the flank. And with that, could potentially just throw a barrier mesh or decides to pull back to wait for.
Dude!
Somehow, the long-range classic from Xander wins it against Penny.
Okay, at least they broke the only piece of util here.
A bit odd there where
they slipped in that trip. It's a very good trip.
And that just gave Xander this opportunity to get a free kill. Penny was watching. It looked like he might have had to watch multiple angles because of those lack of smoke. So a little bit messy, and that gives M80 the smallest of opportunities back into the round. That being said, though, they still only have 5 classics.
I must wait a moment.
The market trip, yeah. The market trip's actually OP.
And then keeps them at bay and allows here Jakey to just reset his aim, even reset his clip, and get the 3rd in the round. And that's Xander and Nismo, the last 2, looking not to die to the spikes. Are you giving a lot of these old balls away?
Low-key, Jake's one of the only omens where I'm like, oh, I don't mind Jake getting the omen ult, because I feel like he's going to do something crazy with it. He'll probably take that shit and do it like right here, spawn.
Really came alive in the second half, and if he can maintain that confidence, would be immense for him. Especially considering, I think, sometimes confidence was an issue for him when he was playing with Cloud9 in partnership. You know, I remember last year, Zelsis was a guy on that team that was constantly trying to hype him up, keeping his confidence
Odin cringe
high.
here.
So if he can
And if anyone were to like pounce on BCJ on the spam, he's got the deadlock shit protecting him.
That could be huge for YFP.
Here we want a quick rotate. Bait set up for wine. Ooh, good bait.
Jump spot too to just try to bait him out while he was kind of all the way back towards wide and was hoping
just a little bit too slow on the
ready for that one. Now slingshot back towards the main center, capitalizes on the kill, and a second with a 5 HP left, hit by the paranoia. But Ned is also there to help out from L. The crossfire setup is great. The ping gets the information onto Will, who does get a dig through the wall, though. There's a double swing towards the end, and it becomes a clean hold on their gun round for M80.
That is just some great anchoring from those players
on this map versus
M80.
Omen. It's hard to justify the Clove just because of how strong the Omen blind is at like getting everyone out of the key chokes. Also, like, just the one-ways. Obviously, the one-ways are a bit stronger. Like, you could one-way this corner, you can one-way market. You could drop smokes, like, here, that are kind of one-ways. And, like, there's one-ways all over. Like, the Gen one-way, the one-way door. All these things are valuable for stalling that Clove doesn't really have.
Deploying drone.
They could play very well now for M80. Forward up towards Kench bench. Just TP away, but there's still some good traps set up here by Net in the back of the site, just keeping an eye on the camera as well, but his position allows for you to get the wall bang in the back of the site into a dash on the switch. YP, they're just attrition of util, and oh my god.
Dirty.
Yep, you're playing through the barrier mesh, and that's why you got an Omen. Get the kill, TP
That's
away.
so sick.
I think
they play with the Omen there.
in front of the barrier more than behind it. I'm gonna be honest. Like,
I love that
the
play with
players
Omen
on the team
though.
that throw it. It is so common to be doing that.
Yeah,
it
dude.
is so common. That's so obnoxious from Xander. Jake is
almost got
just got no chance against the judge. Already repositioned towards main.
Bandit just over there, like
you've done work breaking some of the util, but it doesn't matter. Xander is just 2 times right place.
Rain down notes on that judge play. Oh my god.
Let's just try B then. We have no other options.
Bro.
Fortunately, as he walked for info, that's 3
a whole half of this?
They get a pick out of that.
They're not going to be very happy.
Recon Dart now smoked out. BCJ still trying to get the Odin spray. Now they get spotted. Down to 3 lead. But again, there's just too many players inside this B site. Becomes a clean hold for
not the fluffy pen? Wait, what do you mean?
For the Odin to be salvaged in the next round.
Yep, Odin versus Odin. Neither player can see each other. This is the gameplay that I live for, Vans. 2 judge kills. Odin spam.
Oh, the one I was fake ready with?
And 2 judge kills. What happened to the game I love?
It's kind of like split with the judge, or now this time with... I think I got to blame Sadat for that one with the judge inside Ascent. He's been doing such a great job holding that towards tree and front A site every single time that definitely you're seeing value of using the judge at a lower economy for these players now.
It's going to be sheriffs across the board for the YFP side.
Hold up, let me empty this.
Won that pistol round, but since then, M80.
Sure.
They've been on points. It's defensive setups. Again, it's this deadlock cipher. Cracking this as the attacking side.
I don't know if it's focusing.
Such a frustrating ordeal.
Yeah, these are the things that get made for me. Aren't they cute? So cute.
They will come in towards it though and still get the first blood.
Oh, fuck.
Support and the deadlock utility continues.
That was a pretty goated round. That was a pretty goated round.
KZ there with the movement.
Pretty much.
That was insane.
That's going to allow here the dimensional drift to be available for M80 going into round number 6. So yeah, as soon as M80 started getting their economy right, it's been M80 all along here on how they're...
It is hard though to find places to use the dimensional drift, like when you don't have like a big piece of util following it up, like say Sova or Deadlock ult. Like following this would be OP. But it's hard to, like, let's see what they do here.
Annihilation that he fired off.
It's like he doesn't see that trip. He's trying to flash these guys. He's trying to figure out if it's worth it to blind this, and it's not. so they cancel it. But in the meantime, they take all that ground. Holy fuck. That's a good play by Nismo to take that ground because of those numbers.
Just taking so much space as well. The barrier measured damn near in spawn, and he's just going to hold this angle. All of this information on A. You can see Koala Noob at the top of the map there, gliding a bit closer towards B.
Nah. No.
So frustrating, man. Look at Nismo. He's all the way
Where's it at?
to bottom catwalk. Jake caught on where? Oh my god! The aim is just robotic. This guy is insane, man. I mean, one of the players that we've been looking at questioning, how is he not on a partnership team? How is he not on a tier 1 team?
Damn,
I've been asking
dude.
that question for 2 years at this point. The ace.
Dude, he's looking good today.
Downright
Holy.
Snappy it is shooting the bodies too.
It's fucking crazy.
Definitely the game sense is there. The push forward on the
wait,
information.
I forgot he got the first.
We mentioned it here. There was
Oh my god.
The shot and the aim is up here for M80, and that
I actually totally forgot we were still in that round where I was complimenting him from pushing A. What the hell, dude? That was an insane ace. Holy fuck.
Definitely is back in the talk of the town to be of, yeah, somebody's got to.
He has his ult here. He can shut down this hit so fast with this.
For M80, they were at a situation in a moment where they wanted to stick together for the longest time. And Nismo, as we talk about him.
Oh my god, bro. They have no smokes.
M80 are in position right now to
Oh shit.
with this half. BCJ is getting
Penny needed that.
damage through the wall, but look at the economy for M80 right now. It's out of control. They're on defense with double Sentinel. They're close to 2 ultimates right now. BCJ on the cusp of that Hunter's Fury.
Just send it in there.
Annihilation in the
Just
hands
send
of
it in there,
Nismo for the next gun round.
Yes.
I mean, okay, and the grab net is just perfect.
Oh my god, he got him. Oh, bro, he's on fire. Dude.
And there's the last 2 kills coming out from Koala Noob. And this, right now, Wyatt, what we're currently...
Why is he making Deadlock look unstoppable?
Actually, because you could min-max Ascent, you're starting to see a lot more attacker rounds coming through here for teams. But they are definitely showing that it's, that for M80, it's Ascent back to a heavy defensive sided map here for the team. But that's off their proactiveness.
YFP calling a timeout now. Definitely necessary.
Look at this,
have a firm grasp on this game. Koala Noob has the operator in hand.
Is
so lethal with that.
Doing the
weapon.
bro thinks he's
Great on
Osboss.
defense with that
Bro
on
thinks he's
Haven
Osboss.
Last map, getting a lot of
17
first kills. Ultimates available. BCJ going to have that Hunter's Fury soon. Starting on attack against this comp is just such a nightmare.
They got to figure something out for sure.
I'm fresh off that
Tardinho. Sentinel too. They might have an opportunity
I'm a
for
real
YFP
one like
to do
that.
the same thing on a defensive side, which potentially could just be the same storyline as we've witnessed on Haven.
Who's the IGL now? We've been told it was Xander, but like I also am not 100% sure they're gonna keep it that way. Yeah, I mean I think they, like a few of them could potentially IGL.
Currently on how they're holding the defensive side of Ascent.
Like Net could IGL.
Right now, M80 can full buy
Nismo
next,
could.
20 rounds.
They wouldn't want Claw to, but I think Claw could.
They have an infinite
BCJ probably could
generator on their team. YFP are on the cusp of their economy getting broken if they lose this round.
Oh man, so unaware of that.
Gets so aggressive down cat because he can just get out of there. Another entry with the AWP. Or first blood, rather. I mean, it's just
they're having a rough time, chat.
Moments, man.
So consistent and so good, and as you're just trying to activate your star player to get the first blood, just unfortunately nothing is really working out on the side here of YFP. Coming out of the timeout, this was something that was important as well. It wasn't a timeout.
It means like they've taken like leadership roles in certain halves or certain teams before, yeah. Or I've seen it on stream or played with them. And...
once again, and you're at a minute mark where you're throwing up the wall. The barrier mesh.
Ooh, caught him off guard though.
opportunity to try to swing inside that site. But where's
Honestly, chat, I don't know how many they need.
in the back of that B site. Shot
They obviously more than
Koala
2.
Noob onto Thief, and the hat doesn't even matter anymore when they can't enter the site with Koala Noob avenging his teammates the way that he does.
Will has ult,
That situation got scrappy, but
he should be using his ult. There he is. Okay.
Oh, the Annihilation catches one.
Wow.
Really big from Will to even
He's trying to break it through. He got it through the wall.
Stays alive though onto that ledge and then gets picked off immediately by Jakey. And that's 2v2 coming through in the plant. Pretty decent, allowing Will to set up his sonars. Sonic sensors.
Nitro hasn't been playing with the M80 for like
and even on top of
a
that,
month or
one-way
so
smoke by
now.
Jakey. So they have great opportunities to delay, continuing the delay on the side of YFP.
No way.
Flash coming through and a TP in the back, but he cannot get the kill. That looks so good at the very beginning. But
What
now,
the fuck
in the
was
end,
that?
YFP is able to hold the pulse plant.
Really crucial round for them to win. 3 on the board. Will at the very end there. I'm telling you, man, these Annihilations get so much value now. It felt like such a joke ult when Deadlock was released. It was just so silly. I mean, visually it's silly. Also, the mechanics of it, having to bounce it and catch a player. But the consistency now that
didn't even realize
Deadlock
they did have
players are
that.
getting with it. I mean, they're being hit like
Okay.
99 out of
Stack
100
over here
times, it feels
towards
like
B.
when I watch these games and
They have the
challenges.
op on the line,
And in
Odin
a situation
spamming,
like that, it evens things up 2-on-2.
and Deadlock ready to like
It's
seize
just so
anyone that pushes
strong
the
in
Oro
right
off
hands.
or wall. Such a solid setup at B.
Chance to fight
And then
chance
at
to break
A,
this
they
fight.
they snuck a
Being
trip
one player
in
behind
after
for YFP,
barrier.
they're able to convert
The
that in a
unbreakable
4
there.
versus 5
Omen
to keep
blind.
this game close.
Oh,
To keep M80
fuck.
continuing to have to readjust
Damn,
round
Penny
after
kind of
round.
fucked that up.
And Zender's the one that pushes forward first. Net this time steals the kill away. Though from the off of Koala Noob. There's the hat coming out, the TP coming through, and
you're
the Hunter's
dead.
Fury out on the defensive side. The ping on 2, and now the net being thrown. And now a counter Hunter's Fury that can hear coming out from Physic. But now Koala Noob does get the pick onto Physic overall.
Feels like there's so many free op shots for
There's that Sonic
Koala.
sensor on the top, but it's still a position where YP can play the pulse
Great
land.
stuff.
Close range we go.
1-on-2.
Will is now alone, down at the bottom of hell.
Oh, bro.
And the Yellow Drone is trying to clear him.
The
It's
fucking
going to be.
drone.
He's gonna have to swing out.
Dude.
And now that's BCJ towards the end with the Odin. And the util there was good.
Yeah, that's tough. That's a heads-up little owl drone at the very end
Man,
from BCJ.
using
to
the
make that
government name,
2v1
the
all
owl
too
drone.
easy. Lock it up without really giving Will a chance to clutch.
I need this.
Great retake from them. The pace on that was really nice.
My thanks.
Just flooding back in together. And YFP
Come back.
already, they
Come back.
finally, they had to scrap and fight so hard after losing 5 rounds straight. They finally got one on the board in the previous, and immediately they are cut right back down to nothing in the bank account. They have 2 rifles into this round. One of them Guardian actually against a full buy again. Koala Noob still with that operator.
Oof. It's just such a strong comp.
For a blind shot through
Like the fact that they can have this be their weak site and then have 3 players over here and 3 players here because of Yoru is just so insane.
Since that timeout. So you can definitely tell here through the timeout there's been a lot of protocol conversation that keeps YFP in this game to keep the mental there. A 5-player
surely he doesn't fit.
2-player towards the back.
I told you Jake does some crazy ults.
Jake gets the wallbang kill with the recon dart that he just popped out towards the front of that B site.
Dude,
Now
what?
they're just anchoring towards that back. Outside from the shorty, fully blinded was well done.
They're just disrespecting him now.
Now Thief, 50
What?
seconds left.
Bruh.
If you can isolate these fights. Trying to make a bit of noise here with the sidestep. You definitely do see the patience coming out from M80 until Nismo holds the angle.
Dude. Nismo is just like holding these lines and one-shotting people in these cracks. It's fucking just reaction one-shotting people in the gaps. Like, what? What does this guy eat today?
Back when you could just hop out of the dimensional drift.
He's like not even jiggling.
Guy and TP off.
Normally you see people jiggle these hangs. He's just holding
Shorty
it.
again, in my opinion. Really?
Yeah, it's like Alfir, dude.
It was so fun when everyone had.
Bro, he might be on that Tidino.
Oh
I don't even know if I'm saying it right.
Oh, go on.
Sorry,
I'm probably saying it very wrong.
I feel like the first shorty kill out of the dimensional drift was actually done on Ascent as well, which is crazy. But yeah,
Might
that's
have been.
Fun fact.
Holy.
Little bait setup from M80 on Cat. Contact going to be taken by Koala Noob. He's going to TP off, and then Xander in the corner.
I was gonna say B site's weak, but honestly, it doesn't even matter. Wow.
And a blind shot too off the decoy. Penny's trying to answer back the dash forward to try to fight.
Penny's
but there was
trying.
still Nesmo there to try to help out. Now he's pinned in the corner. Gets checked and gets cleared. And there's
2v2. Winnable.
Back and forth. Very good protocol.
Yo, 4 rounds would go kind of wild right now.
Allow us to see
Actually.
another unraveling of a 2v2 in round number 11.
Yeah, YFP, they were wise to that catwalk setup. Didn't get baited, traded things out nicely when those players came.
4 rounds would go crazy.
Now they have a chance for a 4th round, which honestly
Wait, why
is kind of crazy given how dominant this has been for M80.
A 4th fucking round. No, no way. Oh, 4. Oh my.
Come down to Thief and
Will. Fuck.
And the net 2, that's going to delay.
Oh, fuck.
And not allow here M80 to get.
Oh, the deadlock's done.
Hit, so it allows
Hit them both.
ping to happen.
Damn.
But Will is just
no way.
As they tried to swing out here, the guy
actually 4. Is it enough though, dude? I think the Yoru might be a little bit better, maybe, but he's stuck on the ground though. That's the thing, chat. Could be tricky. I'm not gonna lie, that Yoru could be way ahead of everyone on his team.
We're gathered up towards B right now. Which
Koala's gonna have to have some banger
disaster.
rounds.
That's where both Sentinels have set up their utility for M80 on the defense.
I like it. Trying to create a diversion as they're doing the regular Odin. The recon guard allowing Koala Noob just to walk down, and the knee of Penny was sticking out, and he lands the shot.
Barrier mesh just buying a lot of time for the defenders.
But not the annihilation. It was a little bit too late on the angle.
Oh, no.
Gets backstabbed somehow, and Will is able to even it up. So even if
2v2.
the annihilation doesn't get any contact, it allows her to just run through
What?
and somehow tie up the situation. And on top of that, get info opportunities with the hat.
Oh,
coming
no.
out. It's a 2v2.
Oh.
Well, trying to time that again. The 2 Sentinels for YFP. Thief and Will in a 2 versus 2 for the round.
Wyatt,
5 would be
the
crazy,
TP just came
dude.
across
Oh
there from
god.
Koala Noob towards the A site because he shot the op towards B and
Caught in
D towards
4K
A. They
question
think
mark?
it's going to be clear. He gets a free shot now towards the A site.
Will has the drop on it.
Oh no.
But now here comes the fight towards the tree. But
What are
even
we
BCG
cooking?
was there with the Odin.
What the fuck are we cooking?
Unfortunate back pathing towards the end after Will did hear the drop from Koala Noob towards the A site. So Thief now has to Thunderfoot and bring out all the auto cues.
What have we cooked here?
Koala Noob to get the easy shot from A main and end a half now for M88 to 4.
Those are the perks of running that Yoru. Koala Noob, look at that, 17 and 7 on the defense. So many of those kills coming from the operator. What a shot to start.
I felt the aura, bro. I felt like they went to so many places on the map. That was a fucking adventure. We had 2 Sentis like showing us around the map like they were free cam observers. That was crazy. We started in B, we went like through A into tree, like holy fuck.
We can't get in there. He's in the walls. He's in A.
Wait, Wyatt's losing.
This guy, every angle is being held by an op. It's just so
He's talking
annoying
about
to deal
Koala.
with. But again, why have
He's
you
in the
4 rounds?
walls.
Not bad. Not bad. Obviously, though, doesn't even need to be said. Must-win pistol for them here.
And that's what they have to do here.
The Prius up.
Just wait for them to take onto the defensive side where they hope that it won't meet too much of the Koala Noob up on the attack.
Ooh.
Starts off with a wall being thrown
Spotted.
out towards this B side, allowing just M80 to pick
They're
up
gonna
an orb.
challenge it though?
But flushing players for Penny. Dash now activated. There's that first shot.
I don't know if that. Okay, getting that extra was huge. BCJ on 55. Back out, back out, back out, back out. Okay, fuck it. Kill them all, Jake. 4v1. That's so ballsy by Jake.
That's Xander, not the last person standing. Easy right click there coming out from Jakey, and wow, they pinched that pistol round very well for the defensive side of YFP.
Yeah, Penny with that first, but the players in mid, Physic, taking that fight, pushing down. That trade was nice, and then Jake comes from catwalk. Timings from those defender peaks, the aggressive peaks.
Default
really nice.
Classic.
And Penny loves picking up that outlaw. M80 are wise to it. Every single time they've lost a pistol round in this game, 5 classics. They don't want to go up against that outlaw with light armor.
To seize.
So they play things safe.
That seize goes crazy. It got 4.
Will was just waiting here with Jakey to throw the barrier mesh towards the front. But you definitely do know what's waiting here.
Chat. This is the M80 set play that catches.
From behind, but gets hit by a sonic sensor, it seems like, that keeps Will alive. And now trying to shoot potentially under the door.
Bro, a deadlock A counters that shit so hard. Hold up.
Advantage, though, of M80 on their pistol.
Will just slamming the door in his face. Disrespectful to the rest of the team. For M80, trying to get up mid, smoke off the cross. They're going to have to deal with trips. They're going to have to deal with the Odin. The glass cannon Odin.
Oh my god.
That's demonic, deranged activity from Physic. Already as the Odin. No armor.
At least Cole made it behind though. Oh, unfortunately could not get that kill on the Benny. And that will be a flawless round for YP towards the end. So yeah, there's definitely going to be some question marks coming out from M80 being like, why the hell did Physic play with Odin no armor? But they made it work.
All right, let's see what M80 are going to opt to do now into the buy round. And they are relegated to a few bad weapons.
Looking for a round right
heavy
now.
armors. Colony with a Bulldog, 2 Guardians as well.
All right, it's the same set A play.
Opportunities
like if they challenge this shit, so he flashes off of here. If they challenge it, they'll stun it with Nismo.
But still,
they do have the wall that goes over. It blocks both entrances.
They're hoping at least with Lorelei that they have to work as a group.
They don't normally play against deadlocks.
So there's a decoy and a TP across. Will switching back to
his wow. Oh, bro. Oh, my God. Yeah. Yeah.
It looked too good to start things off.
Bruh.
Especially after the decoy. But this is looking like a chalked up round here for M80.
Wait. I don't know if M80's strats are going to work against a deadlock Cypher. That's what I'm thinking right now.
I don't want to speak too soon. Maybe not just
trying to find the hit here,
at this point, 4 players down, your entire team alive. You can recover rifles. Fantastic for YFP. That one sonic sensor just ruins them on attack.
First time we saw him.
Everyone's stunned. As miserable as it was for YFP to play attack into the double sentinel, M80, have fun. Now it's your turn for misery.
With the smoke coming out towards A main, that's like, okay, they're probably going to try to push me right now. So he's going to try to book it back towards his B side where he still had the camera and the trip up. So for the next 15 seconds, it's looking to be A-okay here for Net to save his rifle. But I
got another round.
You hit the nail on the head right now at this point here, Wyatt, with one sonic sensor able to basically break the attempt of M80 trying to hit towards the A site. But this is something that they have to be aware of.
So this is what their like little control thing, what they're going for. This is what it normally looks like. So like against the default comp, first of all, like KO threw that very quick, but the dart comes in. And if you break that from close, they could technically decide to like shock lineups. They TP across. They flash with Yoru. They'll seize you if they think you're fighting. And now you're fucked. Like they'll run you down. They'll omen blind you. Like they're just kind of playing reactively with that util. But I feel like the deadlock doesn't allow them to do that. Like they can't get through it.
Oh, it's Spartan food for the Odin spray. was already pinged in the very beginning as you heard it coming out from the Omen. So Jakey was pinging out, hey, there's the spot. Get ready with the Odin once the camera comes out. But that's M80 now trying to push back the fight towards this B site. And there's a weaker defense, but Koala Noob's walking in alone first. And now there comes the Odin spray that, no matter what, there's always a 1+ Odin.
I don't know, guys. I feel like 4...
M80 every time.
Honestly, just go...
4 is looking like enough. 4 is looking like a lot. You know what I'm saying? Turns out 4 was a shit ton of rounds.
Could be of pretty significant impact. M80.
How do they get 5 of the next?
Now.
How many rounds are there, chat?
We've seen
8.
Quite a few timeouts today.
Quick maps.
From attacking teams going up against the double sentinel.
Yeah, this double senti defense
was the case
is
in the first
brutal.
match too, when we were
So
on Lotus.
I need to eat something right now, dude.
So
I'm
tough, man.
It's definitely tough, and it almost looks like Physic is playing like Yoru, because they seem to have it the perfect read of where M80 is coming from every single time, and it just dominate with the, again, Physic +1. But I think that's the beauty of playing that double sentinel as well. If they read incorrectly, at least they still have the sentinel set up to delay as much as you can here on the other end. And they still bring good value out of it without having to force like a fast TP like M80 kind of had on the defensive side.
Yeah, it just makes it so tough for the... I mean, when you're on the attacking side going up against this, it feels like no matter what site you hit, you're just going to be destroyed by util.
Yeah.
You know, you can just place that mid-info trip as a defender and then have your other trip for, you know, B or A with the rest of the deadlock utility. A barrier can cut off the hit, or it can cut off a different part of the map, and then wherever you're doing all that, the rest of your players can stack up. You have an op to lock down other areas of the map. Right now, Penny is going to have that towards
Here's
tiles.
the take shot. Wow.
M80, they want to use this dimensional drift to gather info on the A site.
Deadlock wall coming over. There it is. Jet's stuck in front.
Knows that the site is basically clear at this point.
Gonna try to kill the guy that shuts the door.
This wall is going for it. Oh my god, what a maniac.
And Physic once again spraying with the Odin.
What a hole, bro. They can't do it.
The barrier match. And once again,
they can't get in.
Fast rotate coming out of YFP off the fast execution of M80, and they were always ready to jump in on the opportunity as soon as they heard.
They can't get in. They literally like cannot get into the site. It's impossible. They need to go slow. They're trying to do their normal strats against like their own comp, kind of. And it's just, it's like a non-starter. Like they can't even get through the choke almost.
So good from YFP. It looks like they are going to take their map pick from this point on. They've got M80 now on the eco.
Yeah, they need to work the map.
Why is this, with this op in play, it just adds another wrinkle, another unfortunate, you know, defensive, you know, adds to the defensive setups in a way that M80 are going to be even more frustrated to deal with. They have to clear those angles out.
If I'm YFP and I just heard you say that, I'm writing it down in my notepad around number 18.
That's a lot of work for a singer. He's trying.
Over me. Yeah.
Oh no.
So he just play full back. He has all. Does he use this?
YFP have won.
At least for now, they have a lot. You mentioned it. At least in economy, weaponry, and
also
why
did the attack unlock
should
wall
they need to use it here to really secure the round and take the lead by 2 for YFP? So far, we haven't seen, unfortunately, any shenanigans coming out from M80's side in terms of landing some crazy shots on their thrifty buys or any type of
I kind of agree with what you said about the Yoru wall. Yeah.
Executions that really smother YFP on the defensive side.
Tar for inside tree.
And they're trying to do so towards this
Wait,
side.
what? That counted as a hit? One way at door, bro. They can't get in. They literally cannot get into the site, chat. It's this guy. That they're literally getting fucked everywhere they go. They're not working the map enough. So when they go into these, that's crazy that counts as a hit, by the way. Like they need to be like breaking the deadlock shit, breaking trip, breaking cam, making sure Omen can't get that one way in. And oh man, if he does, you have to have the cage there because you don't have cloudburst.
YP though, they have the money.
And they're going for the fast shark attack down mid.
Oh my gosh, and the Hunter's Fury does get damage on top of that too. And
They
that was
almost had that
diversion with the
opener.
shark attack
2
to just
HP on
dash
Will.
forward to keep those players at bay inside that B link and B main, so you could get value off the Hunter's Fury. And Physics the one with the up too. It's not in the hands of Penny.
Drone going to re-clear onto Koala now. Forced to break that.
Switch up the op here.
Still M80
2
at
HP.
this point.
I fuck with that. It's good.
Where do they go? How do they try and work around this Sentinel utility?
I think this is gonna get us
They're
done.
gonna go into B. That means they're gonna be
Slow
dealing
down.
with 2
Slow
anchors
down Koala.
here.
Yeah.
Jake and Penny both back sight, and look at the speed on this rotate already. Physic is here. He has the Odin. He's ready to spray. Make it even more frustrating. Great annihilation from Nismo.
No, they don't get him out.
They
They got him out!
He's made it out inside the
Oh,
to allow
fuck.
your Koala to get the pick. And
Oh,
now
you're
those
dead.
anchors are being hit and picked off one
All
by
right.
one just from the engagement off.
Wow.
That annihilation from
They
this
finally got
great
one.
start to
They
kick
got it
things
in a
off
very
here
good
for
way
M80
too. You could, like keeping 4
to
alive.
bring this back in the game, but YFP is definitely still so strong in the economy department and also in the ult department to hopefully bring the pace back in their favor.
The annihilation is so good, man. It's just so useful.
Yeah.
When a player makes their position
That's the
obvious.
one.
I mean, you know exactly
Wait.
where Physic is spamming.
What the fuck is
from.
happening here?
With that Odin immediately nullified, you pull him in, and suddenly you don't have to deal with that crossfire from sight and spawn. They could focus on the players, and we're just bunkered back on B. Deal with that. The economy's been great for YP though. They're able to get another operator into the hands.
I honestly thought he was gonna hit it.
It's dangerous when the recon dart also missed, and they just wanted to make sure that they could identify where the up was going to be, and it was basically a 50-50 chance because that
This
was
is a
wide
super
jump
good stun.
by Nismo.
Because a lot of these
And it makes
comps are
sense.
like
Guys,
diving
I'm
there
also
with
for our chat.
like the jet
Just
cloud.
walking
Well, they don't have the
wildly
jet,
around
but
the
the
map, you're
Omen
just
is like
fragging everything
diving
so
over there.
far.
You saw that a lot last half.
And there's still an opportunity now for M80 to work the map. Mid control.
You kind of have to play a little bit looser when you have this one initiator type
on this
shit.
catwalk, although Koala Noob is down to 11 HP.
This feels like a kill for Penny.
Penny is just
Like later.
ready to go for a
What's
shot
gonna end up
there to
happening
catch
is
a
they're gonna
player
probably
that's
want to like
walking up
fake
when
one
this
of these
barrier mesh
avenues, whether
falls
it's cat
low.
or here, and they're gonna go the
Gonna
opposite
play
way.
off of
Let's
that.
see.
Penny's gonna take the shot,
All right.
fall off Will in the corner. Wow, pops the annihilation.
What?
He catches one. I mean, it gets broken though.
30 seconds left.
Just didn't bring Nismo close.
Nismo was shitting right there, bro.
And now the hit's going to come onto B, but they have to deal with the Sentinel utility.
Oh, they gotta cancel this.
Well, that was
They let him
a nice
stick.
try. The camera
Oh, no,
went out to
canceled.
try to get the Odin spray into the market, but the
Oh
recon
god,
dart
dude.
information. And also,
Oh,
once again,
bruh, let me in.
hold on the defensive
Let
side
me
of
in.
YFP. Every single time they're trying to
No,
get
they're not
close,
getting
if
in.
It's not gonna be on weapons.
No
There's
way.
Just so much utility stalling M80 and YFP.
Wow.
They win the round with 4 players alive, keeping the map back on track in their favor.
It's so crazy that there's like this massive buildup the entire round for this shit. Every fucking round, it's the same shit. There's this huge buildup for this fight entering the site, and it's just so anticlimactic. Like, not a single kill.
Down. They have all that util for B.
Holy
I
shit.
didn't curse this game, Vans. It's over. I don't know what to tell you. We're going to sunset. Listen, I don't know what to tell you at this point. Not a curse.
Koala
Going to sunset.
22. Nismo had that
YFP,
ace, right?
Listen, they struggled early on Haven, but they've become far too quality of a team to go out silently. The team
Definitely.
that has turned things around the most of any team in Challengers this year. It's not even close. You know, they were in a tragic state in stage 1, and now for stage 2, after bringing in Jake, after bringing in Will,
Damn, man.
have transformed into one
Their
of the top
hits
teams that we
have
have in
been
the scene.
so flat this map. I feel like there's some
The
anti-shredding
standings on top of that.
happening
With
like
this
that we
victory, if they
were
do get it somehow
not really
against
aware of.
M80, they'll be tied with Oxygen.
They clearly
currently
run this comp a
4-1
few times.
in stage 2. So yes, I do agree with you. They've definitely
Last
turned
Odin.
it around for YFP.
We're not
and also
starting
the
that
trade
turn.
that you mentioned before also
Ooh,
allows
good combo.
Coffee Gamers to
You
really
were
get
alt
good
so
value
volt?
out of their
Surely
season
we're
so far
comboing
as
here.
well. But to focus
Any
on this
comboers
game,
in the chat right
M80
here?
once again
because this is
Seems
about
like
to
they
be
have backs
pretty
against
sick.
the wall on this map, and they're just gonna try to go
There
for
we
the
go.
honest
Only
five-player
blind
hit
if this guy
inside
sees.
B
We're
site
not blinding.
with all of the ults available.
Wait, that's
You're hoping
kind
to
of
get to
cringe.
contact, waste that utility, and you already
Yoru
see
gets detected by
net being
those in
thrown
his
out here on
ult?
the defensive side from Will, as BCJ finally gets
Wow.
the physic to start. There's a counter net being thrown, and Will gets stuck, and he's trying to get the spray across, and does a little bit of damage.
I can break these cuffs.
The hat now being thrown. Location being revealed on the defensive side as the hat was thrown out by Net. Plat now comes down for M80, and there's that Hunter's Fury on the attack from the back of the site. No contact coming through, though. As now one
What? No, M80, no. Oh, no. No.
Information I think was throwing out of
Dude.
and they now notice the player is stuck in the back of the
No,
site.
it looks so promising. Dude.
And the ping does not even matter when there's 4 players storming through on the retake.
It looked so promising. And then they got no kills. That double push play fell so flat just now. Oh, bro, that's the game. That's the map at
Great
least.
headshot.
We're going
That's
3.
cool. It's a great grab net all the way backside into sewer as well. That catches BCJ, I believe. So you're not able to swing, not able to support.
You're
his teammates.
adequately whelmed, not under or over.
White
You're just
here on the verge
whelmed.
of closing this out, taking us to sunset. The third
Is that
map.
even a fucking word?
The IGL stepping
Can you be
up for the team.
whelmed?
Physic has gotten so much value anchoring with this Odin. 18 and 12. You know, usually he's just calling well, but it's the other players that are doing the fragging for the team. Not here on Ascent. Really stepped up.
Such a good group effort as well.
Alright.
Could also look down on
The old
on the right
Omen
side
behind
and
the
look through
deadlock
YFP
wall
roster and
play. Classic.
Could pin out some highlight
TP
reels and
out.
highlight moments from every single one of these players on the defensive side, but definitely leading the charge with this Odin is
Good job
physic, and
breaking
as
that.
we talk about him, he's under heavy pressure.
Oh,
A split attempt
shit.
from M80 towards his A site. The net once again catching 2 players and will get to pick up
Not the play B.
and they anchor it down once again with the Odin for support. Tree side, A main, everybody pulling from M80, needing only one more kill to push this into sunset. Is Xander down to 51
Yo.
HP, being hunted down by 3 players with full confidence, and Penny will bring us in.
I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. Playing attack against this fucking deadlock cypher shit. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. Nah.
You're running into an Odin.
That looks rough.
Great defense.
That looks so
from
rough.
IFP, and they did just
Holy
enough
shit.
on their attack half as well.
Neither team could do
4 rounds.
anything.
That was what they needed. I mean, it ended up being even more than necessary, but against a comp like that,
Deadlock actual best
they
agent though.
play that perfectly. Going to a third map, YFP are not out of this yet.
Definitely, and from both sides too, with the compositions from both M80 and from YFP, there was still great value of a Jet on one side or a Yoru on the other end, but it definitely did show that the synergy in terms of how you wanted to delay from YFP was just too good compared to what M80 brought to the table on the defensive side. So YFP
Still waiting for map 2 to come
and
through.
they're going to push us down to a tiebreaker map, which will be Sunset, happening after the break.
You got your points. What the hell? God damn, Chris. Alright, let's see. Whoa. So not in here. Why not in? Right, Suggs? Yeah. You thought it was defensive side. You thought. You had no idea. Dude, YFP's so lucky they got that pistol. They're so lucky. In hindsight, they're so lucky they got that pistol. Winning the attack pistol in this meta? Bro. Immediately everyone. Round 1. You're playing map 3, winning that pistol. You're just stoked. God damn. Other than that, I felt like it was pretty even. Both teams struggled tremendously on their attack side. Like, nothing was working. I do think YFP's attack looked better, though. They did a good job of, like, well... Did it, though? Did it, though? Did it look better? They were getting torn up by Koala's op a lot. They got a lot of unaware first deaths. But, again, like, you don't really have a lot to work with. I don't know. They both struggled. Who wins map 3? Let's see. I don't fully remember what they've been playing, so I was just kind of hoping I would stumble into a sunset game. Here we go. I like their comp. Okay. And Turtle Troop is actually quite good on sunset, so that's a pretty good game by them. All right, YFP kind of bangs here. Let's see what M80's cooking. I don't remember when the last time we saw them was. Oh, here we go. Okay. It's a mirror comp situation here. It's a mirror comp. I will say something that's interesting about this particular style of game. Didn't go through here yet. 2. What's interesting about this style of game we're about to see is that, yeah, they got fucking owned here, right? That's the last time we saw them on Sunset. Meanwhile, YFP has looked quite good here. But since they're running the same comp, theoretically what they could do, and what I've done in the past, is like if I see a deficiency in my team's map like this, I'll just take a bunch of shit that the team we're playing is doing, and I will make it better. Like I'll like upgrade their shit, and on the way to making their shit, I'll explain what the counters are to the setup, and like, you know, like that way when it's done to you, you really know what to do. Like you really know the reaction at that point. So that is like a huge advantage, I guess, for M80, if you were to look at it that way. They didn't really show much on Sunset before because they got owned. What is this? This guy sees. We're now blinding. Wait, that's kind of cringe. Oh, yeah. Dude, yeah, how does he break that? I hate hearing my voice, but how the fuck? Why did he activates those deadlock sensors? Is that supposed to be like that, you think? It's not a clone, right? No, he's holding his clone. Or he's holding a flash. Yeah, he just like straight up activates it. I don't know. There's nothing that does it. It's him. He's jumping. He's just weird. I don't know. Is it because he was jumping? I have no idea. I have no idea why that interaction happens like that, actually. I'm not gonna lie. I was baffled. I even said it in the spot. I was like, wait, what? I was like, what? Why did the sound sensor go off? But I kind of ignored it because it was all happening so fast. But yeah, I didn't think that that interaction would be like there. I don't know. Because he doesn't do anything to cipher trips. Like, what, you don't even hear cipher trips when you're in your ult. So, weird. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know that. It's weird because I've actually played both agents a lot, so it's kind of weird that I don't know that interaction. Flex your points. The good. Yo, awesome. Thanks for the primer. Appreciate you. Yeah. I just thought Yoru was like in another dimension So like, how would it make sense that he can create audio without throwing like a clone out or a flash out? Because like those interactions, he's like throwing something out of like the dimensional drifts. If we're like lowering it up, I guess. So like, how would it activate the trip? I don't think you hear it. It's like, it's not like you don't hear him, right? You get like a spidey sense. If he sees you. Oh, you do hear it. I don't even know what to custom. I mean, we saw it, the interaction. I was just surprised. Like, now that I know that it's there, though, I won't be surprised anymore. It's like kind of one I just kind of took for granted.
To the side of YP, they look amazing on that defensive side. 9 rounds that they got, and an M80 that on the attack.
Wait,
side,
what? Boaster played the
what?
Nah, that's crazy.
Well, they played for YP
I did not know
on the
that.
defensive side. Again,
What was the score?
Crossfire setup great, utility being awesome, and it was almost us being, or at least me being ready to glaze over M80 with how good they started off on their defensive side. But it definitely looked from YFP's position with the double sentinel that they look way better in terms of the synergy that they had. And it almost looks like the series is like, you want a third map?
I've ever played
Yes,
Cisco or
freaking
Val.
please.
I enjoy playing both of them actually a lot.
I see what you're doing.
I enjoy
there,
watching
it's
probably
all good.
like
It's all good, but I wanted to pause,
Valorant.
well.
I like the creativity and tactics in Valorant a lot. I like the longevity, the storylines, the consistency in Counter-Strike. They're both great. Like, I'm not one of those people that's like, you know, like, fuck these group of people over there. Because I'm, I don't know, they're both good. It's just, I find it very difficult to effectively split my time between the two and feel happy about it. So I just stay over here. But it's not like I'm not interested in CS. I like keep up on the tournaments and stuff lately.
Either walking into a site that's just literally
For years I didn't, though, truthfully.
utility, or you're walking into the other stacked site, or you're walking into an operator holding, you know, an angle down mid or holding one of the angles of A main or B main, and you have to use utility to clear that out.
Yeah, pretty much.
Walking up, it's just so
Pretty much.
much. And it's the reason why this composition has just been so strong.
Look at the history of this scoreboard as well. 0 to the
0
thrifties, which is the
thrifties
same thing that
again.
happened on Haven previously. And then also when you're looking at the post plans, but you're looking at the history at the bottom, there's literally only been 2 defuses. So you're definitely seeing that the YFP in terms of like these 2v2 situations that they had in these
do you mean that
post-plan
Valve game?
scenarios were so good, because once again, when it was the Sentinels that were alive, the Deadlock,
I don't know
the
which game he's
Cypher,
playing.
they did so well here on their attack side to salvage those 2 rounds out of the 4 that they kind of need, at least the ones that I remember, out of the 4 that they needed here on their attack side of YFP.
Oh, I haven't even seen
to allow
it.
for them to have such a strong defensive half. So I love how both of these teams just had different approaches with this double Sentinel composition. But YFP definitely looked much stronger, and I'm excited to see the third one. And it's rare for me to say that I'm excited for something because it's just like a clutch word that that I don't like to talk about. But it is
Yeah,
going to be a
exactly.
map where
They give me
I'm
different
actually
things.
Very excited to look and see
Honestly,
who's
they
going to
really
be able to learn from the past few weeks.
Yo,
of
reloading
YFP
this for
and
22 months.
M80, because
Oh, yeah.
if you look back
I'm in
at
the
the
wrong
records,
spot right
it
here.
hasn't always been
All out.
the best out of or victories or even
Panned?
just losses.
Even the
from both of
primer.
these teams. It
Missed
wasn't
that.
the
What the
cleanest
hell?
Valorant on Sunset.
Oh, that must be Panda.
Last week, M80 got destroyed by Fluffy Aimers on Sunset. Absolutely rolled. Now, Fluffy Aimers are obviously really good on that map, but still.
It's so rare you get good comps on Sunset. That's the bad part about Bunset that we're about to see. It's just going to be like Bunset comps, you know? It's we're not getting an ISO, so don't get excited. Unlikely to even get the neon. Let's not get excited. Could with Penny, but let's not get excited. Just gonna get the fucking raises, the breaches, The Cyphers.
I start to once again
the
get concerned for what
Omens.
M80 are gonna do here. Like you guys said, they've had I mean, especially for YFP, when
yeah,
we look at
Bunset.
it, they've had some good matches. They have some matches that they haven't been able to win. But now, as we head into Sunset, last time that they played at M80, they played against Fluffy Aimers, and this is the map that Fluffy Aimers took away from them. That 13-5.
Good friend of.
Today when we were looking at
Wait
this
a
team.
second.
And so. I mean, we talked about
Burl.
it. Is this the comeback? Is this we're so back
Bunset
for M80? And it's all
Burl.
going to depend on what they've been able to practice and change for
Forever.
that Sunset advance.
Yeah, and when you're looking at it
Best
from the
friends.
composition, they're going to keep it the same here for M80. You have the Breach and you have a Raze that was being played by both Nismo and Kuala Lumpur respectively. And because
Bunset
of
when
the
you
Raze nerf that happened in 8.11, you can't really try to go
Leave
as
Pearl
quickly
alone?
and smother as much towards the elbow as you want to towards that path.
No.
And there's not enough really utility.
There's no way.
We could really fast track towards the elbow side. Yet it could still.
Guys,
make
you
this work
don't
if
miss
they
it. You
scale
don't
up
miss it.
Inch by inch correctly here. For example, if you're going to try to hit towards the A site,
You don't
because
miss
the
it.
util that they use to clear out the site from the aftershock towards generator or slant, with the rest of the flashes inside the site with the paranoid
Burl?
lines, it's still
There's
pretty
no
good
way
for them
anyone
to take
misses
over the
Burl.
site. It's just that you can't take those extremities as quickly to overtake your opponents and surprise your opponents. So I think you have to be a lot more meticulous in how you want to scale up towards the site. And that's where potentially it may work in their favor if they min-max in towards that. But they are starting on the defensive side first, right? So we'll have to see what YFP potentially could bring out, because I wouldn't be surprised if Penny comes out with a Neon.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's gonna happen.
I can't
I don't know
wait.
if I believe that just.
I can't wait to watch some of the fucking ideas on Abyss. I can't wait. There's gonna be so many terrible ideas, probably. It's gonna be amazing content. It makes me want to watch like all the regions, like, because APAC is just gonna be wild. APAC on Abyss is gonna go insane. They're gonna be running like fucking double, triple duelists on that shit. Just run it. We get a Yoru. Let's go.
And it's actually gonna be something new here. We're gonna see Kuala Lumpur once again on this Yoru that we just got the chance to see. Nismo is gonna be on that Breach, and Penny is gonna continue to work around this Raze. Let's see who's gonna get away with the win here. Is it gonna be M80? Are they gonna be back, or is it gonna be YFP with the opposite?
Thanks, Dantride. And this is definitely an interesting question as well, Wyatt, because you're losing the verticality of not having a Raze here on this
Yoru
as
based.
you do a 1-for-1
You're
switch.
back one side.
Everything else seems to be pretty much the same here for M80, but I don't recall and even remember the last time that I've seen a Euro on this map. So what is M80 currently cooking?
I don't know if I've ever actually even seen a Yoru here played once. Now,
Yeah,
one of
maybe
the
off season. That's it.
Yeah, maybe. This is pretty crazy. It'll be interesting to see what they've got cooked up with this, starting on defense. You know, on attack, one of the really crucial pieces of Raze's kit here is that, you know, you can throw that nade to destroy the tripwires, which is extremely important, especially over towards the B site, right? But with the Yoru, you're going to have that clone to be able to send out and do the same thing, get those tripwires popped. So
It's fun to watch.
that's
Yeah,
a little
Abyss is gonna
way
be super fun to watch.
You know, substitute one for one.
Fun to
there,
play?
but yeah, I'm curious about what else.
We're talking
Soul's
some
gonna
different
do
shit
with
now.
Raze. Always
Fun to play. I don't know
consistently
about
gets better
that,
on this map, and there's a
but
reason you're seeing
watching
teams
other
play
people get fucked
still
up.
now, even with the other
That's been my
duelist
shit for
buffs,
years.
There's a bit more neon, but Raze is just this consistent rock on the map, an incredibly good agent. So we will have to see what M80 have cooked.
Alright.
And again, this is off the back
Some good
of
TPs are like this
just
one,
9
which you can
days
honestly
ago,
throw
they
from
got
here,
destroyed
right?
14-5
You can throw that from
by
market. You can even do it the
taking
other
that
way.
win.
Like,
And since then, they've
send the
changed
TP
over
down
the
into
board, so they've only been
market.
doing this for
See a lot that a
little over
lot.
week at maximum.
We're kind of patrolling, and they had
And that's
some
how
target
things up
breach
on the
util on
pistol.
contact.
Yoru to walk down a TP set up towards the gate.
Also a potential
And then
blind.
one-way cage is set
A lot of
up
ways
now
to set that
for
Yoru up.
on this B side so that Net can try to delay as much as he could. And there is that wingman denying the
Oh, he's
impossible
trying to look.
opportunity
He's trying to break the
blind
trip.
so far,
Didn't get it.
as Kuala Lumpur goes for early pop shots with the Sheriffs, but he TPs away towards A, which is fine. Everybody's trying to rotate back from mid control, but the spike's down out in
What
the open on
the
B here
fuck?
for YFP.
They're trying to reflank through market, a big reflank, multiple players. If they come through this
Pretty
door,
sure it's
very
Xander,
way,
but
big
not 100%.
massive
Keep saying that,
value.
but Yeah, I know you probably wanted a concrete answer. Ooh.
And the contact's good.
Oh.
First blood, second and third for Koala Noob on the top of middle.
Oh my god.
TP was good enough here to shut down any type of
a little bit too proddy. They didn't want to commit anywhere.
1-2-2 split out towards the A site, or sorry, B site. Now things are not looking good at all until Penny wins his 1 versus 2 somehow inside the market.
Yes.
This is doable now.
That's a good point. All these dog shit agents. I know them all. They're all popping off lately.
Like the attempt from YFP at the very least, trying to.
I'll play the long game here.
Break the door market, pressure through there, pressure to the top mid. But like that from Koala Noob. Not even a chance for a trade on that. He was so quick.
Ooh.
So fast with that second shot. Going to pick up the Outlaw here now as well. Koala has been playing with the scoped weapons as much as possible on defense and has been a critical part of M80's success.
Okay, I think they're going to try to slide the breach in right here.
Are going to go for
the fault line on tap. Oh, BCJ got 2 so early. Yeah.
The Outlaw yet, and the Aftershock also pushing players away. BCJ.
I would just let BCJ keep going here.
Thrash and a spike once again out in the open, drop down as YP won't have an opportunity yet unless they want to try to take out Xander. But you definitely do see the other 2 players just being a meat shield in front of them to make sure that they.
I wouldn't word it that way.
Maximize the amount of players still alive going into their bonus round. That said, they still want to try to chase down for kills here, so they are trying to get this Thrash up available as soon as possible for BCJ.
Yeah, can't hurt to go for it. He is taking point right now.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, the patience.
Just going to clean that up. 2 shots in the chamber, 1 needed for each. Clean anti-eco. All 5
Hold up,
are
Bobo.
going to be retained. Spray down there from BCJ. We'll see now, maybe M80 want to fight over one of these orbs close. Try and get BCJ even closer to that Thrash.
Well, there are some pings there for B main control, and it's a fault line setup. And look at this lineup too. You're seeing Koala Noob setting up this TP that goes across mid over towards shop. So they are leveraging a Euro to do some heavy mid control, fight on areas, and the pressure's coming towards the other end. They're always going to have 3. So there is a lineup for that so that he could maximize Outlaw.
I know you're kind of kidding, but there is like a truthful aspect to it.
This B setup is nice.
Omen was a lot more fun at the start of the game when no one could critique how and where I was throwing smokes, how I was TPing. But then eventually people like hit that area, the Dunning-Kruger curve, where they think like they just know everything, so you can't even like test the waters with certain agents almost in high level ranked. And that just feels bad. Whereas like if you play Deadlock, you can just do whatever the fuck you want. So there is a truthful aspect to what you're saying. Oh my god, the blind didn't hit Jake? Man, that should have been 2 kills. Wow.
Surprise factor was there for M80, but with the surprise not getting any value, it's looking to be pretty good here for YFP to hold off the full splat.
Wow, 2 hits on people even at 10.
With a heavy armor, that Outlaw's not going to get the kill. Was a little worried there for a second.
A little bit of a burn.
Maybe BCJ can get closer to that Thrash. A couple weak players in front of him. 10 HP.
Yeah, that's a stinger, so honestly, he could definitely get some of these kills.
Out for information. Yeah, BCJ is going to be able to stay alive for a bit and hopefully catch one on the
exits.
Oh,
too late.
Oh my. No way.
No way. And by that I mean, there's no way. But you know what? I respect it. He got 2 orbs. I respect it. It was a cool setup from M80, but that's an FPS game moment. You can have as cool of a setup as you want, but if you whiff, you whiff. So that's all she wrote for that round.
Here's
now
one
they're
for
gonna
you.
get the full buy. Oh, okay.
If you whiff, you get diffed.
Yeah.
Why?
We'll see if that one catches on. I'll let you know if that one catches on, man. I'll get back to you on that one, Unk. While it picks up the
Unk is
upgrades
crazy.
from the Outlaw. to get that angle on A main.
It's a pretty cheap control here. So they throw the smoke, they get the op set up on the line.
To allow fast rotates to support towards the B side, but a lot
He's
of
gonna,
chips here.
Ooh, he's actually staying in the common
to
line.
Anchor up, and especially in this position right here, you could definitely pivot a lot of these M80 players into a B side hold.
It's a free site.
Here comes that split. Penny going to get some of that space onto the site, scaling off of the Dizzy as
YFP is kind of just taking whatever ground they want. It makes me a little nervous for M80. They're gonna have to win some of these fights. Oh wow! I can't believe Thief didn't get that second.
By Xander. Physic also trying to get the spray through the news box and hoping to get a kill, but it's a 4v4. Difficult to retake with the op though in the hands of Qualanoo. Dizzy now being thrown
Great
up.
post.
Another trade.
Look how they occupied the site.
Op still available. Still difficult for them to retake.
What?
And it'll work out. Trying to swing out the surprise. The last two players of M80, but
I thought YFP had this round locked in. I gotta see like the end of this shit one more time. What? I don't know how the fuck M80 busted through the setup just now. Let me see.
Difficult to retake with the op though in the hands of Qualanoo.
So like at that moment, I missed that trade actually.
Dizzy now being thrown.
I didn't realize we were in a 2v2 at this point.
Another.
He needed to throw Dizzy probably straight up right here. Huh?
Trade from both.
Like he needed to throw it right away and physically could swing with it.
Op still available. Still difficult for them to.
Wow. Damn, I can't believe they just traded out everything.
Potentially if they get surprise a kill. If not, pick up an orb for that B side control.
Massive round.
Instead, though, they were actually just keeping Penny on the top of the B main and switching back for an A side hit.
Dude?
What's the call at this? This
is a huge round.
Focus on the A side.
Yeah, they're gonna have to deal with these two.
If this is an overcommit, this neural theft will probably win the round.
Push forward here.
Oh, these guys are in trouble. This neural theft is gonna go crazy. But the breach stun is gonna get the back guy. Oh wow, they gotta get it. Oh man, they didn't get him. Oh bro.
Wait, that timing. The push up from Thief, the turnaround, and finally gets it onto BCJ. Meanwhile, players have
oh my god, I can't even.
TP across, and here comes the hat being thrown. Close range.
What is going on? Spaghetti is everywhere. Oh fuck. We're in their spawn. We're flanking. Oh my god.
The transfer over for the second one, and YFP will get the round.
I mean, what is occurring in that situation? How does Thief get that kill onto BCJ though? How does that even happen? He's thrashing so close. That was...
Bro, I felt like BCJ was fighting for his life out there. And he did such a good job living. And then Thief just 180 destroyed him. It was just so hard to stop at that point. Like they were... There's no breaks on YFU's train at that point.
Time to reassess. Net
Holy shit.
A little bit perplexed at that one.
That or his building's perplexed.
Yeah, crazy earthquake in Net's house.
I know.
And that's the thing, if you're looking at it, it looks so good from the side of BCJ on that first blood. You called it. The Dizzy that actually missed.
I'm pretty sure M80 has a buy here. It'll be like a buy that basically is a must win for them. Otherwise, YFP is going to win the econ game. YFP, that was YFP's situation last round. They lived with, I think, like 4 alive just now, so they probably afford to actually... Oh, M80 saving.
M80 to find a real footing of where they could set up here to trade off against BCJ or even anchor up towards the A site. Just because of that split that happened off the information off the hat. Very nicely done by Thief. Stays calm for now.
Aesthetics.
Walk contact this time around. Looks like off the timeout. YFP understands that.
Late gate crash. They're about to fight it. Here we go.
With confidence.
Fault line.
You're trying to play
off the spot.
Trying to
Good
push
sidestep.
aggressively at the beginning.
They understand all these little traps between the two initiators. They sniffed out a triple setup so quick.
Allow for them to get the ult and they decide to pull back instead.
Caution here.
It looks like they were afraid of a trap play off the top of the orb.
YFP. They're going to go back, explore mid. They have those standard trip wires set up at A main and B main, so they know if
this new trend is so stupid.
That's not going to be the case though. MAD will be focusing their regathering up.
Spamming the common trip spots.
They have a read that that's where the hit is going to be going. Actually, crossfire here for top mid. Dizzy through. Penny pushing up. Great stun. And a great satchel to get out of harm's way. The B split's going to commence, but MAD are stacked up here.
Wow, Thief's just spraying the common line. That's such good awareness. During this hit through Con, he's like just spraying through.
One more will allow the Hunter, or sorry, the Rolling Thunder to be available as they're trying
33
to get these kills on the side of M80. The cage slows down the action for a bit, giving a chance now for finally YFP to really set up here on the ball.
2-1-3
there on net and a decimal long range of 3 versus 1. Again, the Rolling Thunder
is
potentially available.
Bunset?
One more kill actually. And now Net is gonna tap on that spike.
Oh no.
Flatline though will do the job still.
Not even Bunset can save this round.
And they just stick to the fuse. Nismo will finally get the Rolling Thunder activated for the next round as M80 closes the round.
A brutal timing from Jake, but the swing after that just ill-timed. At that point, there was no saving him. There wasn't.
I don't know. I feel like they kind of didn't use the info they gathered. I felt like there was a moment where they knew there was like a 3-stack here with both initiators. The rechargeables were down. They didn't capitalize on that moment in any way. They just kind of kept slow defaulting. Then when they came up mid, again, they saw both initiators. And again, that shit was on cooldown. And they went into it. So, like, I don't know. I feel like they kind of played themselves down. Oh, what?
Trying to get the smoke down. Things are crumbling for YFP.
Wait, Penny got that kill.
Sticking up the TP. And
Oh,
everybody just
dude.
dies because of that.
These back-to-back rounds are really changing things. YP has no money now.
TP, so he's out in the open with util in his hands. And that just allowed M80 to just flood back. Oh my gosh.
That fast round led them quickly into the grave. Oh my god, they just ended to their demise.
That lie made me thirsty.
Now where things are starting to feel like they're crumbling for YFP fans.
Yeah. And that's unfortunate as well. You're looking at YFP's side where we've mentioned that, yeah, maybe they're just 2-1 so far here on Sunset, but labored victories and losses against Turtle.
Really liking this B side.
So not the cleanest of executions for YFP.
Great fault line.
And it'll continue to be a brawl for this team on this map.
Yours over here right away with that gate crash.
More clean and ready to fight under chaos. As you can see, just Koala Noob activated once more on this Yoru.
Yeah, I mean, he's just making
Bro, he made that shit look so easy, which is what Wyatt's saying. He started off on this line. I was actually going to say, like, they set up this Yoru. He has the gate crash all the way over towards B. And just how he played off the breach util was perfect. Holy.
Flashes from Nismos. Looking really nice on this breach. On a number of these rounds, he's had the perfect
Cringe character for
flash
noobs.
for someone else to swing, find that.
That's a hater comment right there.
Onto
What
the
the hell?
timeout now, which is more than necessary at this juncture in the game. Frankly, I'm surprised they didn't take it before that previous, just the previous round.
Yeah.
But that being said, they definitely needed to calm things down because it was
I got no Yoru on
really
my fucking
scrappy.
soundboard.
Definitely. It definitely felt from YFP's end whenever M80 called that first time out on YFP's hit on that A side, they probably leveraged that opportunity to talk about the next few rounds of how they could maximize.
Yeah, Penny's
these
in
rounds
the
against M80's
SR
defense,
facility.
But on the side of the defensive, when M80 called that timeout, you're definitely seeing a lot of value coming out from activating Koala Noob in these positions where you maybe thought you had a grasp on your attack side for YFP. Didn't work out. You have the timeout now. You have the economy to work with to pull out 5 rifles behind
You're talking about
a
Nitro?
Rolling Thunder. But the pings are going towards the market here, Wyatt. So trying to see if maybe they're trying to activate the fault line attack from Penny.
Again,
into
they're
the
just
market
getting
first
this Yoru set up
and see
really
what type of
quick on
picks
the
they can get.
line. He'll have the op again. Ooh. He didn't like that.
Noob has that operator playing towards
I think it's because Will.
Smoke is going to come down
Actually,
top
Will flash
mid
over here.
from Jake for YFP to try and
If anyone taps the orb, this is the punish. The cam also.
deny a little bit.
The problem is, like, this Cypher can't really punish anyone.
Going on in
He should
mid.
cage the right here.
It's a slow open.
This should get caged off. Yeah, there we
For
go.
M80, it's all off their own Cypher camera as well. Looking out towards the market, 4 players up there. Ults available on their side too. So it comes down to the
it's
combo
off
between the
foot,
Cypher
dude.
and the Breach on both sides to
Fuck.
see who gets the best value.
Oh, fuck. He thinks he's sneaky.
Just pressed up right next to that trip. Still though, Koala holding.
They think
this
someone's
table.
there?
Yes, he doesn't have.
They know someone's here. They put a ping here. They know it's possible.
He doesn't have an escape route.
Oh, they're crazy.
Actually, he has a dimensional drift. I didn't even notice that till just now.
Oh
So he can
my
play as
God.
aggro as he wants.
Unfortunately, nobody's
TP'd
peeking
into
through.
the
Everybody
smoke.
slipped across to make it towards this A side. So the plant's already coming down. And look at that Roll Thunder being set up towards the shop, and they're going to try to fight it as soon as they
Only got one.
But Nismo still
Oh, he
has
got it and got
as
out.
possible. Aftershock coming through. Players are being stunned. There's that rolling
How do they
thunder
stop
defense.
this?
Advantage for M80.
That's
The lure
massive.
from Physic for 2 kills
Goddamn.
on the pawn.
Aftershock,
And that's going to
aftershock,
deny the
aftershock,
M80
aftershock,
retake. Sticking
aftershock.
onto that spike
There we
is
go.
Xander, putting it halfway. Dimensional drift not needed, cannot be used.
Whew.
And Benny also comes in for a
What a
last snap
round.
from the elbow, and YFP scores.
God
off the
damn.
timeout.
They fucking cooked in the mid round. They were cooking in that mid round. I was wondering what that ping was. That ping was where the Breach was cooking up the Breach ult. I was like, bro, nothing makes sense. Why are they pinging that? I thought they might have heard something. Wow, that was great. What a
little bit
fucking
messy.
post
They
line.
were starting to crumble in situations that were, high pace. This time though, they're going back to that just a bit, getting elbow control quickly.
Very fast.
Are they going to try to hit the site
close
fast
on
off the
Koala.
back of it, though?
Have to with this rash.
Oh,
As it looks
Yori
back
TP not
towards
fast
the other
enough.
end, though, was a fake, a pivot on the left side. It does catch players off guard, but at least this boy is
And
there
the
with the
neural
aftershock.
theft. Live
Just to
lurk
answer
now.
back onto Will, who was fully committed.
So Omen
into
understands
his
the
thrash.
situation.
At least it opens up the site and a chance to go for a plant.
Oh my god.
Push towards the
So you heard this
nice
Omen
pop flash,
TP.
and the second one too, but Penny
TP's
cannot
across
capitalize
mid,
on that
double
second
TP.
kill. Pink shells to delay. There's the fault line coming through with a Dizzy on top of that. And Thief is trying to anchor as much as he could. It's a 2v2. And Jake was so far behind earlier on. So it's up to Physic to try to delay.
Big break.
Denial on the wingman.
He's been miles away.
Oh.
Elise is finally through. The tap on that spike. Swings out. Oh, couldn't get the kill at the BCJ.
No
Jake is up.
shot,
Swing out.
man.
And then Meaty will get another defuse.
Oh my god, Jake's gonna be just
I think Jake
slamming his
fucked
head
that
on his
up.
desk. Why was I on B?
Yeah.
Why was I breaking a cam in market?
Yeah, why did he do that?
He was just
man?
miles
Why
away
did he
that
do
whole-
that? Why would he do that? So his Cypher had a neural theft. He saw this Omen as the solo player B. He saw the other 3 over here. And instead of just lurking the spot, he decided to go in, break trip, break cam. But then he doesn't have ult, so he had to like TP here and TP here. And then Xander knows this is happening because he hears it all. And he's basically saying flood fast.
On top of that,
Wait,
there it comes, and the
what?
aftershock does actually hit Xander. Counter aftershock coming out. He's gonna have to shoot it.
What
and
is
he gets
happening?
killed by Nismo's aftershock. Sure shots missing. Dizzy blinding Nismo. Counter flag to first kill, and it seems that the Euro's protecting for a bit, but finally he gets the kill there onto Jake. Physic is now alone.
Bro, is there anyone in the server other than Breach?
And Physic's trying to fight, fully flashed by the Yoru, and Net comes
What
out for
the
the kill. And
fuck?
dude, this is getting
No.
late to my age to cast.
The double aftershock entry is unheard of. Some would say it's actually an impossibility. What the fuck just happened?
I am pushing 30. That's I'm ready for the retirement home in gamer years.
No, you're pushing P.
But this is, oh my god. All right, 3 strikes, you're out, buddy. Dryad,
Dryad,
get
please
in.
come
Dan Dryad, get in. You're casting. Vince, you're out of here. Oh my god. How How did Xander die to the aftershock? I don't even want to know. Let's just talk about this round, even though I'm still just perplexed.
Yeah,
absolutely stunned,
with aftershock,
flabbergasted, all of that.
Bro, that's
insane.
Crazy.
And
actually,
with the force buy that you had from YFP on that previous round, trying to invest around the showstopper to try to win that round puts them in another
they're such a good duo.
Broken buy for the last round of the half.
I love the vibe they're bringing.
I know they risked so much on that previous.
I think they need 4.
Wingman got the spike down for them so they can have
one more.
Reasonable buy.
Bangers.
Another flash on the koala, but he's too precise, and Xander finds the perfect swing timing.
He just fucking whipped his mouse. Still winnable though. 3 on 4.
Here, YFP doesn't look as prepared on this map as they have done so on Ascent, yet alone even Haven being able to make this game close.
No, Jake
but you're
is
seeing
sleeping.
this scenario once again where M80
Wasn't
gets
ready.
to start off now on the defensive side and continuing to have a strong defensive hold to start. But if the story continues as to the series that we've witnessed so far here, Wyatt.
Okay, 3 on 2. Back to winnable.
But we'll have to wait before.
Oh, detained will though.
For this round to unravel.
He'll be back in. Oh no, not the neural death though.
And even
not the neural death.
Pulls out the gun, but just a little bit too late. M80 will now make this another 9-3 half, just like they did on Haven.
It really seems like YFP are starting to crumble under the weight of the situation. As soon as things started going a little bit awry, all of the dominoes fell, and it feels like they've just folded at this point, man. Even out of that timeout, they had that one great slow round. They worked the map, and then immediately after that, we're right back into chaos. Just fast round, fast round, fast round, double satcheling in, and it's just not getting the value that they're intending on. Really unfortunate. Their backs are up against the wall.
Rare
Again,
Jake,
it always
rough
feels
map,
silly to say when you're headed into a pistol like this, but it is must win for YFP.
And they're trying to do so by having less utility and more ghosts.
It's gonna send like right here.
It makes sense.
So he's gonna be able to do like a pretty big fake towards B and have great timing back towards A.
And refreshable utility with the Gecko. You
could technically do that from over here too, though.
You have chances on your side, but it's starting off with M80 trying to create a ruse here towards
actually got a crazy TP for
flashes, decoys. The rotate actually did happen. You're so passive now playing towards this A site. And that also made it through somehow. Dizzy being thrown. Net now and a backstab from Jake, but look at that instant rotate. Now you have this plant happening towards the A side in a poor position.
They're taking
from the two
a lot of ground.
And that will finally slow down.
Yeah, it's a cheeky idea from M80 to have Koala commit to that, but have the gate crash to go back to A to meet up with the team after the fake.
Good fault line, but no one there to do anything about it. Oh, it didn't hit.
And with Net dying, that's 5 ghosts now available for YFP as the upgraded one of these pistols. Quality though is making it a 4-on-4. Big flash coming across. We go back and forth on these trades. Now Quality on the back of the site also picked up by Jakey. There's a nice first little tap. And Xander has done this before. Jake is low on HP. And then the right click onto Will to get the simple clutch for M80.
I mean, that is just outrageous. They nerfed it. They nerfed it, right?
How does his burst do that? It's like every single burst just destroyed them.
HP as well.
How did the first kill happen?
The first one was low, but the second one looked like he was definitely full.
That's just full.
That's a full HP kill of Penny right there.
I think he was, or maybe just slightly below it. What's that, like a 90 HP on Will? So still, and
that is actual main character energy. Like, what? What?
He was so defeated that when his head fell over, the headset went with it. That is just tragic.
Paints the story of
it
this
really
like desperate times for
it really does paint the story.
Oh man,
what a tap from Net.
He's been doing good.
He's been doing good.
Is definitely not on a scoreboard, but on the information that he's currently getting in. Look at the diversion that he creates. He's already pulled 3 players out towards Pawn, which now opens up mid control for M80 to be able to fight with better weapons. And as I say, better weapons, Penny has a Sheriff. And now gets the advantage.
No.
And also Jake.
Oh no.
Gives the advantage in favor of YFP.
Guys, They're just running through B with the knife out. Net gets all this space on A, and then just
oh dear,
over pushes after getting the man advantage.
It all starts. It always starts this way.
Nismo and Xander, these two guys are some of the
This
best.
is how it always starts.
Certainly recover this.
Nah.
30 seconds
What a
left.
shot from Nismo through the box.
Surely they're not robbing us of our
Especially
fake comeback.
Nismo has the Guardian Angel in hand.
They can't rob
And
us of
Xander
this fake
also
comeback.
upgraded into a Bulldog this round. The old Jake picked up
William,
Vandal.
first
They just
person shooter
have to
mode.
stay alive here for Physic and Will, so that Jake could bring value out of this Vandal. Oh, and a surprise kill though. Couldn't connect.
Love
onto the
taps.
shot.
Love taps is all good.
Double swing out
It's
onto the front
all
line,
good. We
and
set
Xander
up
saves
Jake
it.
for this 1-on-2. It's all good.
And the steady hands
It's
of Xander.
all good.
Now Jake, the one man left.
This is, we have them right where we want them. Don't worry about it.
This season, can he win that out? He can't. Just caught in the smoke by both M80
Our fake comeback
players.
was literally just ripped from
Such
our
an
hands.
opportunity for YFP to get back in the
Man.
game. M80 really played that round in sloppy fashion, just giving these kills away needlessly.
Dude, they had this
End of the day,
shit.
all good.
And then Nismo and Xander, they just recovered that. Those two guys are just way
They
too
had
good for this
that.
team.
They just
You
didn't really
mentioned
play
it,
together
those
at
two
all.
players are the ones that could really turn it around for immediate and save the round
Through them.
to keep the strong lead that they've been building on this third map.
Dude. Pastrami sandwich on
YFP
second.
almost looking like they're running out of gas, but
Over and
have
over.
a chance to fight
Ooh,
back
both
this
Omen
time
smokes
around.
out.
A bonus round for M80. Full rifles with
Not a good sign for
nails across
Jake.
the board
There's
for
not going to
YFP.
be like anything
You
to really
definitely do
like
see Jake playing on the top here.
segment
He's
out
trying
this
to
hit.
Cosplay his best impression of tens. But
Oh,
the
God.
dimensional drift comes across.
Fault line coming in.
And they're pinging for these players retreating back towards Boba. There is that
Oh, I
flash
couldn't get
blinds
it.
himself, but that's fine.
Wow, M80 are
Double
fighting
dizzy
deep.
flash. Yeah, out towards the Boba because they have a lower buy. Stingers available for Nismo with the rest of them fighting with Vandals. And the TP
3 on
comes
4.
back into play the good old
Okay.
B Pearl Long. And now the util's too good. Players are actually winning their duels on the side of YFB.
Damn. Nismo running with that flash out.
All right, that was a good retake. Of course, that was with some better weaponry, though, from YFP. Like you mentioned, M80, they were trying to play to their win.
Chat, am I crazy for thinking that there's a world still? Like, I don't think YFP just like loses here 13-4. I don't feel like that's how this plays
Some
out.
serious significance here.
You don't think so, we did? There's always world,
Use
yeah.
that to go
I don't
towards
know.
a
I just
throughout
don't think
all
like the
of Elbow.
separation between these two teams is like a
Onto
13-4 third map type shit.
Get some info on the tripwires, break those easily, get deep into the site, clear out stairs. There's a lot of different options to get good value out of this ultimate on attack.
Like Thief's due for a couple bullshit
Right now,
rounds.
M80 is just defaulting,
Can't even
breaking
pull
the
something out of
door
his
to
ass.
set the early paranoia onto YFP, where they might have to focus more on this type of fault line double swing that they could do with Physic on this fault line. So this definitely opens up this A-side elbow hit that you just mentioned, Wyatt.
Okay. Kind of a waste of the
Comes
clone
like your
here.
Decoy.
But this isn't really going to kill anyone.
Gets
They'll
one
hear that earlier.
closer to the dimensional drift.
Physic walk down.
That is a
Hold
really,
from
really
Physic,
big kill.
confident in taking that duel
Killing
in
the
IGL, and he
breach
wins
right
it.
there.
Especially when there's no smoke at the
Alright,
bottom.
they know
mid,
they're lurking up.
allowing
Izzy
to
got
turn
that
the
those
tides over
pings.
back in favor of YFP. Yet everything else for M80 was a walk contact
should come
inside the
in.
A site. They didn't even need the
Good
thrash.
plant location. One of the better ones. You can see it from close to elbow.
For elbow, wow, Qualinoob trying to get
from
aggressive,
spawn.
trying even
It's
the
the best
odds
plan
while they're
possible.
in a 4 versus 5. Can't be mad at that, but doesn't find the timing.
Ooh.
BCJ.
Dude, they're
at the
all
elbow with
inside
the
already.
Dizzy and the thrash. Players in front of them to try to save him. To allow for him to use the ult, but they can't get.
Dude.
And Xander's trying to do so. Penny with the backstab as well as net.
Bro, they played the crossfire perfectly. Oh, you're cooked,
Will's
dude.
trying to run away.
Oh no.
And Will gets hit.
Oh no.
Look, the players
They
closing
can't get him in
Yeah,
time.
I mean, he's gonna be able to pull out his weapon at least, but the time in favor of M80, and Will has no choice but to save his weapon, and Net's already.
I
cut
take
the
it back.
rotate.
It's a 13-4.
Boom. Map and series point for M80.
Yep, just takes it out of his hands as well. Look at the economy right now. Physic 50 credits, Thief on 0.
It was a 13-4 all along.
Oh
my god, that dizzy, dude.
For this final round. God, look at Xander.
That dizzy
Just
though.
been so nasty this series. All the way at the beginning. First half of Haven went 21-6.
Sometimes you're just gonna get guided.
Such
Yeah.
smooth shots like that all the way throughout, all the way to the end of map 3.
Showstopper down tiles. Pause champ.
Maybe on the cusp of a
Wait.
solid win against YFP.
There we go.
Really
You didn't see shit. None of us saw it.
And they were just trying to do a trap play and it fully missed. Satchels didn't go deep enough. They couldn't get the surprise into the A main for the pinch. Down towards the A site, but at least they got some fight back. Only one player falling behind. Penny cutting to rotate against BCJ. And he wins
Wait,
it.
it's winnable.
Giving a chance now for YFP to once again be forced
Big
to play
fight.
the comeback. Jakey initiating on the
Hit
retake
him.
from Boba.
Oh no.
By Xander as the bucket comes in. Hat thrown out up to only Penny. Cannot get the kill onto net. And M80 will close the series against YFP 2-1.
And you gotta feel
M80's
pretty
back.
satisfied with that M80 victory here. You know, this team is continuing to get better and better. Get to that
Zoom.
place we're expecting them at
That
the
is
very
not
top
true.
of challenges.
Nah.
This edition of Net been playing with them since Nitro departed to return
Wait,
to
you almost
attack
chased him?
FPS
I didn't
for
see
the
that.
18th time in a row. And has just been looking like a great addition on this team. You know, bringing years of Valorant experience with him, all that time playing with the guard G2. Quality was great this series. I mean, a lot of credit to be given, frankly, across the board to many different players on M80 in that series. They all had their moments.
A pick'em group
Yeah, they
for
definitely got
challengers. Dude, I should really have pick'em groups for everything. I should. It's only something I started doing like pretty recently. Speaking of which, Cairo, who won? I keep forgetting. I don't know. Maybe I was too open-ended with it. I basically said, whenever I do it, whoever wins, I'm just going to let them pick what they want. But I feel like that is a little bit too open-ended because people are too shy to actually pick what they truly want. Could just like buy you the bundle. I don't know. Yeah. Like can do like lessons or something for like an hour. I don't know. I want it to be fun, you know? You pick an emote for me to add to my chat. I don't know, you figure it out. You want VIP? You got it. You want... I don't fucking know. Come up with an idea. You determine your own prize. Content videos? Dude, I actually have a really good idea, Addison, for my next community day. I have a really good idea. I usually do them off stream. Just because I know some people don't like being on stream and shit. Dude, I kind of want that brisket sandwich again tonight. Maybe I'll get dino. No, I said I was going to eat dino nuggies. I don't know. Everyone likes on stream. It's just more of like a chill environment, you know. It's like, yeah. Whenever I do those community days, I don't want it to feel like like there for the content. Yeah, usually it's just like a bunch of 10-mans, and people are like switching up the teams and shit. But dude, I got some banger ideas. They're definitely not going to play out very well, though. It's only good in my head. I don't know. I was debating on doing it on stream. We'll see.
Pistol as well, you know that they're going to close it out very soon. It was not going to be any comeback to anything else taking place for YFP, especially with the adaptation that we saw for M80. And M80 that take the win, but the day is not over. We have an interview, but we're going to have it right after this break.
Wait, who's they getting?
Why are you clapping like a
Why are you clapping like a seal? Caught. Actually caught. Actually caught.
remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Looking for people. Any requests on where you guys want to go?
And welcome back one more time to Challengers North America. M80, they just took that win against YFP, and I'm joined by Net to talk about this win, to talk about what has been the whole time you've been with M80. Net, congratulations. The first thing I want to ask you here is, you know, last year, M80, you were going against them so often. This was the team that you were constantly going against for those big matches, and now you've been able to play with them for a little bit. So what has been something that you've been able to learn in this time as you joined this M80 squad and are able to take these wins?
Wait, sorry, can you repeat the question? I think my internet crashed.
Yeah, so you used to be kind of the M80 used to be your enemy. Now you're joined with them. Now you're winning these matches with them. So what is something that you've been able to learn in the process that you've been part of this team?
I think playing under a new system has really taught me how to be more calm and more direct with everything, because we're pretty new and we have a lot of vocal, high energy individuals on the team. So I just need to do what I can to help.
Yeah, there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen for M80.
And it's turning into.
That's what I was saying. A lot of people could IGL
talked about is how this M80 team, you know, it's not that you're going undefeated, but you're still able to close out these wins. But for the last map, we got the chance to see a little bit of a change in composition. So what is the reasoning behind bringing this Yoru? Because it looked so good.
Yeah, we just think that was mainly Happy's doing, and we just think that Gianni is very comfortable and he's very good at the Yoru, so we just want to try it, and it's been working out very well for us.
Yeah, we first saw it on Ascend. Now we're getting.
It's like I already done this shit before. I'm about to try to win Ascension again.
I want to ask you as well. You'll have the opportunity to do something that nobody else has done, and is go through Ascension.
Take me to the
Ascension.
You're doing it
2 times. You did it last year with the Guard, and now you're with M80, a team that is definitely one of the favorites. We just heard the news that is going to be in Monterrey, but I want to know what are the expectations for the team right now? Are you still taking it, you know, map after map, win after win, or are you already looking forward to that Ascension?
I would say that we're just kind of taking it day by day and game by game, because I think like playing in the moment and just like focusing on doing the best you can is just all that you can do. So we're using these games to prepare for playoffs, which is the biggest goal, but we're still focusing on getting better every day because we're very new.
They had a lot of vocal.
We've seen the growth, especially since we got the chance to see
your
addition. The team has been looking great.
Because you never really know for sure.
I have one more question for you. The last week, that week number 6, you're gonna go against Moy Shopify. So how are you feeling going up
I
against
love it,
them?
dude. It's so
cool.
good.
They're my friends, so it's gonna be a fun game.
This video is so good.
Okay.
That's it.
Do you think it's gonna be?
He's not giving her anything.
Is it gonna be close? Is it gonna be? We're gonna find out. Depends on the maps.
We'll find out.
Bro, he's not giving her anything, man.
Okay,
dude, watch it again.
The most we'll see that we'll get.
Run it back with the interview one more time. Just
everything that we have for the post-match interview, but I get the chance now to bring
pain
back
for Dryad. That's why I never wanted to do interviews on broadcast. It's so much different when I would do like the podcast with like random pros and stuff, because I feel a lot more like it's a comfort zone for the players, more in like the podcast zone, whereas like the broadcast, like players don't even mean to do it. They're just coming right out of the game. Like they're just not in the mental state to have like a great combo in some scenarios. Like, I don't know.
at least on the defensive side, at least on how they're playing the retakes, right? And sometimes under the chaos, they could still
all of that
let
said,
these leads
we're watching it again. I feel like Kendrick. This is my Kendrick era. This is like when he played Not Like Us 5 times. Wait, what did that say about Shanks down there? Shanks holding a ping pong paddle. What? Where? Oh, he's on the... Oh, it's like a cardboard cutout. Superman and Derek's are the best. Actually, 8bots goes kind of crazy too. That's her. That's such a banger, dude. It's actually so good. Dude, they were cooking when they made that. They were really cooking. That's such a banger. Oh, both team Cypher. You talking about the Ascent game? Dude. That Ascent game with Cypher Deadlock was like... Man, those players had to be punching their monitors on their attack halves. YFP is so lucky they got that pistol. Who dat? Cruise. Thank you for the tier 1. My goat. Okay. I think we end here. Okay, send you guys over to Brookstream. I'll see you guys tomorrow for VCT. So I won't be late for VCT. I apologize for being late the last couple of days. I've been trying to get some sun. Picked up a new hobby. Been bike riding. Why the fuck is this not even in yet, actually? But tomorrow, EG versus Furia, Sen versus Crew. I feel like I can't really root for Crew in this, guys. I can't do it. I can't bring myself to do it. Alright, though. I'll see you guys tomorrow for VCT. The game starts at 2. I should be live at like 1:30. That's when the deaths will start. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Crew is going to be good. I bet they're... Dude, with Kesnit and Heat. We speculate tomorrow. We can speculate tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow. That's what I was saying right now. I'll be here I'll try to be here like at the broadcast desk like launch, which is usually like 30 minutes before the game start. It's like 1:30. So I'll try to start around then. All right, though. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Thank you guys. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for watching. Thanks for supporting challengers. The pie emote is so funny. Makes me feel loved a little bit.